Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everyone doing? Welcome to another edition of Sage Talk. If you can hear me clear in the chat with no feedback, background, I have the fan on as usual, no wind sounds, just drop a one in the chat. If it's not coming in clear or you're hearing anything untoward in terms of additional sounds other than my voice, drop a two in the chat. Much appreciated. How's everybody doing this afternoon on a Sunday? Thank you guys for showing up and checking in. Much appreciated. Looks like the show previous to mine was rocking. Chat was full. I'm hoping that I can compete with that today, but whether I am or I'm not, I'm going to drop the facts as I see it. Thank you, everyone. Let me just recognize a few people. Reverend Kevin Powell, welcome to Sage Talk. Jeffrey Woodland, thank you, sir. Welcome to Sage Talk. MS Bess, Chanel Cadogan, welcome to Sage Talk. All About the Joneses, definitely showing up big. Eric J, my man. Kevin Jarrett as well. SD, Brian Price. Faith, Family, and Fitness. G4 Do, or is that just DO? Either way, thank you very much for gracing Sage Talk this Sunday. DI Most High, Dwells 77, Dawood, welcome to Stage Talk, everyone. Much appreciate you guys gracing me with your audience today. Mrs. Nurse Fancy, how are you doing? Welcome to Stage Talk as well. Well, as you guys can see in the thumbnail, and basically the name of the show, it's talking about the hypocrisy of Black women. And one of the reasons why I want to kind of like point that out is because obviously there are double standards throughout the earth in many countries and many societies. Some are favorable to us and some are not so favorable to women, and vice versa, right? But when it comes to how you treat one another on a common day-to-day basis, I think that tend to set a tone for long-term relationship issues, whether that long-term relationship is marriage, girlfriend, long-term committed relationship, or something other. What I want to do today, I'm going to bring up a couple of videos to give you guys some feedback and look at what has been transpiring so we can engage in a conversation much more long-term. So the first video I want to drop is, let me see. Excuse me. I want to drop the Fox Channel's interview, Fox 26 with Isaiah, because I think it's
the passport bros, like they're getting women from
or informative for us to be able to see certain things the way it is and don't try to necessarily change it, but just accept it. I'm going to bring it up. Okay, 1 second. Look like Jay already have it up on the screen. No? Okay. Maybe that was me. Give me a quick second. Let me bring it back. Give me 1 second. Shared screen.
Hey, Lee, I got it up there already.
Say again?
I said I got it up there already. It's at the bottom down there. Both of them.
Oh, okay, cool. It's at the bottom. I don't see it. Oh, okay. Here it is. Is this correct? Okay.
Yeah, I got it on the screen already for you.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like the DR, Colombia,
Yes.
The Philippines, Thailand, like women that can speak very little English, women that don't have education.
And as far as Filipino women being uneducated, we have the same percentage of college graduates that you do. And what you call submissive is what we call being agreeable. Do I look uneducated, submissive, and desperate to you? Well, guess what? There are millions more like me over here, just waiting to have a shot at making your man happy.
Okay, so this was a pushback video, obviously from Filipino P. And she wanted to basically, I would say, combat the talking points that so many in this space, in the black space, on TikTok or wherever, where have you, have been slandering black men, saying all type of things. Now, we know, I didn't go into all of the TikTok videos and so forth that I could have brought up, but obviously there's so much more, and I'm sure many of you guys have seen it. So what I want to do first, I want to go into the video of Fox, because their interview was like 6 minutes, but it was definitely a very valuable perspective for us. That video is going to be my last video, JR. What I want to be able to show is really that it's a 6-minute video. It's a little longer.
Hey,
but I just
Lee,
want
Lee,
you
I
guys
got the video up there already. I got that one up there already too. So you can stop sharing your screen and just play it from where I got it.
Okay, cool. All right, no problem. Perfect. Let me take that down. Okay, I'm not seeing the video. Oh, okay, here. You have the Bernard Riley video up. That's not the one I want.
The passport bros, like they're getting women.
Yeah, I want the 6-minute one. Yeah, this one. Cool.
Attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like the DR, Colombia,
Yes.
The Philippines, Thailand, like women that can speak very little English, women that.
Okay. I'm gonna have to share because I don't think you have the link for the one I want to show. It's not this one. And we just did that. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up the video. It seems like a little coordination issue. I apologize for that. Okay, let me try and see if I can get this together here. Struggle streaming, like O'Shea usually like to say, but I'm getting it together. Give me one moment. Okay, let me know if you guys can see the. Okay, there it is.
Community called the Passport Bros, meaning brothers. It's a traveling community of upwardly mobile black men. Some are accused of going around the world searching for a more traditional and submissive wife. But Is it all about sex and just a girlfriend for hire and then return home to humiliate black women in America? That's the controversy that we're dealing with. One of its members, Austin Holman, is apologizing for comments that he made about Brazilian women. Take a listen.
What I meant by when I said that Brazilian women are easy, and I shouldn't use the word easy. I know that now. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, for a man that's well-mannered, well-dressed, that has put in the effort to raise himself, he will have a
to humiliate black women in America.
Before I take this video straight through, I just want to point something out with the CC caption, right? Now, if this caption was being translated from a different language into English, I could give it a pass. But CC caption has been around for a while, and these interpreters, these AI technology has gotten a lot better. But I want you to pay a little attention to the caption when Austin begin to speak. And I'm going to see if I can stop it right at that point so you guys can read it and I can highlight it.
That's the controversy that we're dealing with. One of its members, Austin Holman, is apologizing for comments that he made about Brazilian women. Take a listen.
What I meant by when I said that Brazilian women are easy, and I shouldn't use the word easy.
Okay. I wanted to stop it there. Now, let me see if I can make the screen a little bigger so you guys can see, if at all possible. Look at the caption where it's translating or reiterating in text form what Austin is saying. It says, contents that he made about, or comments, I should say, comments that he made about Brazilian women. What is that? I can't see it. Take a listen. When I met marijuana seeds. How out of all the words that he stated, the caption picks up marijuana seeds? You know, it's so funny because, you know, we talk about white supremacists, which I don't talk about much, though I know it exists as everyone else does. But the thing is about AI technology can only be as good as those who are writing the code and inputting the data. How is it that it has marijuana seeds in the caption in the CC where it's translating text? For someone who may not be well-versed in English and may choose to also read simultaneously, they would automatically make a connection, black man, drugs. Black man, drugs. So even the technology is being crafted to make us look a certain way. And that's detrimental. That's detrimental to us as a people. I'm not sure if everybody was able to see that. Hey, Jordan Landry, how are you? I'm good, my brother. Miss Bess, I understand easy as in easy to get along with. Yes, but definitely when you're talking to someone who doesn't use English as their first language, they may go from specific dictionaries, translations, and use of the word. And more than likely, if you didn't listen to the entire couple of minutes where he was talking, not his apology, but the original video, because I saw the original video. What he said was that they were easy to get along. He did say that. But obviously, when you use the word easy, people could take it and use it out of context. So he got hammered for that, right? Let me go back to the video and continue.
Yeah, I know that now. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, for a man that's well-mannered, well-dressed, that has put in the effort to raise himself, he will have an easier time in Brazil, as opposed to where I was from. That wasn't always the case.
Both American and women around the world are speaking out against the passport bros. arguing these guys are using their status to take advantage of women and even calling it a form of sex tourism and sex trafficking. Let's talk about it. Communications specialist Priscilla Pack and Rochelle Gemini both are here on The Factor Uncensored. We were supposed to do this last week. We're doing it this week. You have done a lot of research. When you think about and what you've heard about Passport Bros, your opinion on this so-called group.
Let me tell you, they weren't even on my radar. You brought it up to me, and then I saw it, and I was just like, oh, that's cute. You know, guys go and get their passports. My son just got his passport last week. He's 9. So that's cool. Passport brothers. That's what's up. Then I started doing the research, and I'm like, wait a minute. Because I grew up, you know, with 2-parent household. My parents still happily married. I grew up in love. Some people grew up in survival mode, and maybe they just in a whole nother dimension of trying to find love or trying to find easy situations and everything. But at the same time, it was like, why do you have to put down the thing that you don't like in front of everybody just to get the thing that you do want? I don't care.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a quick second. I'm going to roll the rest of the video, but I want to try to stop it in segments where we can discuss it. Her first comment out of her mouth was that she did not even know Passport Bros existed as a community and as a movement. But ironically, she did research. And it's funny because when I hear people say they do research, I always listen to hear if they're going to cite any research sources where they got the information. But by her comment, we know that she didn't go to any of the black men's channel who are talking about Passport Bros and are promoting it. Because what she cited as her commentary about putting down black women, it's a comparison. A comparison is a logical comparison why one man would compare one car versus another car to see which and where he can get better value for his needs. Likewise, when we're referring to women, we're referring to Western women, American women, European women from the UK, France, Canada, excuse me, and other such places, Australia, you name it. But black women have selected themselves because as black men, black women are our first choice. So she chose to label it more as putting down black women. No, it's not putting down black women. It's comparing black women in America to other women around the world in different countries. And it's funny because her research, when she said that statement, what came to mind to me was opinion of others that agree with me or that I agree with, meaning her. She didn't necessarily look at the opinions that were different. She was looking for opinions that she has a predisposition, an idea of black men in her mind, period. And the research information that supported that forethought allowed her to be able to come on this network, Fox 26, and make the comments that she made. She didn't try to make a balanced comment because she didn't say, well, I looked at the pros and the cons. I looked at some videos from females who had adverse opinions, and I looked at some content from the brothers on what they're trying to do. She didn't try to give a balanced perspective. She came with a predisposition bias based on what she looked at. And what she looked at was supportive videos that gave her that supported her predisposition of how she sees black men. Let's continue.
Being black women in America, putting them down for women who may be of color in another country.
Right, that want to be a little more
also submissive
exactly
to them.
Exactly.
But also paid prostitution in
Facts.
many cases.
And that's what they cover.
Okay. This one is pretty deep because the The narrator of the show, hey, what's going on, Mr. C? Good to see you. Blackest Panther, TBH. I've never seen a baddie attacking the passport bros. It's always the not so beautiful ones. I'll modify that statement a little bit, right? In any event, the brother came out and made some real slanderous like statement, accusing a man of trafficking women or paying for cooch. Now, my perspective is that all men pay for cooch. It all depends on how you pay. Some people pay, and I'm going to use something that I'm more familiar with. I know in this space, often you guys compare women to men. But coming from my background in financial services, I use the professional expertise that I have in a particular sector of the market to qualify these women. So you can have a day trader who basically just go in and do a daily transaction. They trade, get 2-3 points for the day or a point, whatever. They buy it and they sell it. They buy it and they sell it and flip it. That's the man that they're talking about there now. The guy that would be a pay for play guy, which there's nothing wrong with that in my eyes. Because you can be the guy who take a woman out on dates and maybe have the opportunity to have coitus over 3-4 dates or over 3-4 months, depending on the woman, and maybe how much of a simp you might be where she believes she can play you and get value without giving you anything, right? So when it comes to pay for play, that in my mind, that always exists. Some men pay up front, some men pay in the back. Some men pay during the courting and the dating phase. Now, you may not be giving a woman direct cash, but to spend time with her, you're spending. And from an hourly basis, if you took a woman out on a date and you spend like 4 hours, you guys go out around, let's say 8 or 9 o'clock, and the night is over at midnight or 2 in the morning. If you spend $400, that's $100 an hour. Name the profession that pays you $100 an hour. So we have to really look at, and you may do that if you take her out once a week for 4 weeks before you guys are able to, she can make a determination that, you know what, yeah, I want to get with you. You may wind up paying $1,600 to spend time with this woman over a 20-hour period, taking her out 4 or 5 dates in the course of a month. And if it goes longer, the price go up, but the value of the product goes down in the eyes of most men, right? So that's also an issue where she talked about, or where he talked about, paying for play. Pay for play exists in every country. Now, I've been to many, probably about 14 overall. Now, I didn't take advantage in terms of enter the sexual market in every country, but in some I did. And some I kind of dated depending on how long I was going to be there, right? If I met someone that was cool, that I can hang out with, go places, they could show me around, yada, yada, yada.
Covering up. And you can tell that by the way that, what's his name, Austin, was talking, because I saw the other videos of him going like, hey, you would have sexual intercourse with me tonight, right? And she's saying, yes. They about to really get a lick on him. That's what's really about to happen. Because I also saw some of the women from overseas saying, yeah, we're just trying to get a lick. You know, they also came out saying, we know these passport bros, they not new.
So
And that's crazy. That's crazy what she's saying right now.
Simply John on the streets of America.
There might be some that might be actually looking for love that can't find it.
What she's saying makes no sense. You're going overseas to take advantage of women. So when these women post on a lick, Fifi, a lick is basically just getting over on someone taking you for your money and using you, right? When a black woman in the U.S. posts up on TikTok, You want to get with me, you got to pay the rent. You got to pay the phone bill, cell phone. You got to take care of me. You got to pay all the bills in the house, but you don't live there. Well, you got to do all that, or you got to cash app her up front just to even get to a face-to-face. What is that? That's tricking. That's pay for play. That's another form of selling yourself for money from a man. But it doesn't stop there. It gets even worse. Let's continue.
Maybe in America, but
And
you
right.
didn't let some rotten apples into y'all group, and y'all need to call the ones out that's not doing it correctly. Because baby, we're not just in America. You can claim wherever you want to be anytime. I don't care. Get a passport. Go find your love. But at the same time, don't put down us just because you feel like you've had some rejection. Deal with rejection. Heal. Go do your thing. We don't care.
And of course, we're not talking about all
Hold on one
individuals
second.
I don't care. Get a passport. Go find your love. But at the same time, don't put down us just because you feel like you've had some rejection. Deal with rejection. Heal. Go do your thing. We don't care.
And of course, we're
Now, she made a comment, which I wasn't able to get the second time. She made the comment that some other type of men have infiltrated the passport bros and are what? So now she wants to monitor and tell black men how to run their own spaces, their online platform, their groups. See, the thing is that women always want to tell men what they can and cannot do. They'll tell you in a heartbeat, oh, I'm not your mama. If you want a mama, you better go, you got to go find somebody else. But here she is speaking like she's somebody's mama, giving them instructions on what they should do with their business and how they should conduct business. For someone who, based on when this video this interview is actually done, coming out of her own mouth, she said prior to that show, she knew nothing about them. She gets on the show and she speaks like an expert. Make it make sense. It just don't make sense. Let me just pull this up here. Shadow Dragon TV, what's happening? It says, sounds like a pro from the Institute to me. Body blue, raise arms. Not sure what that part means. Blue collar traveler. They're always saying what men need to do. Thank you. Very good. They're always telling men what we got to do. Why they don't go tell their friends, their girlfriends, their mother, their sisters, their aunties, their members of their group what to do? Because they will get flexed on immediately. They will get checked immediately. So they stay silent on stuff like that. MS Best. Of course, she wants to do that. Feminism is really trying hard to shut down all manosphere content. Yeah, but the more they try, the bigger we become. Claiming it's misogyny, extremist, racist, and all of the leftist buzzwords. Absolutely. The thing is because men and black men, we are such a unique group of people in the way in which we articulate ourselves and present information, that the hate is going to make them make us big. They didn't figure it out with Kevin Samuels, the Godfather, rest his soul. They didn't figure it out with Austin, but it's because they move in one type of way. They move on their emotions, and emotions usually cloud judgment. Emotions always cloud judgment. So they're at a disposition to be able to cast an opinion one way or the other.
We're not talking about all individuals who may travel out of the country, but Priscilla, for those who may be taking advantage of women out there and then trying to humiliate black women in America. Your thoughts about that?
I think it's really, really sad.
Mm.
Like I look at them and I almost want to pity them, but then I don't because there's a level of ignorance that's deplorable. I'm going to use that word today. I think that they are taking advantage, at least from what they project themselves to be as a group. They're taking advantage of gender gaps and economic opportunities that are not there in these other countries that are present for us in America, in the States, in Canada, in Scandinavia, all over the world. And
Okay, so she just said a lot just now, but I'm going to try to summarize what she just said. She said, basically, we're taking advantage of a market where the pricing is better for your economy. Wow. So I guess she doesn't price shop. She go out and she go to the most expensive store and buy the most expensive things. But what I don't understand in terms of what she's saying in America, where black women have better opportunities and we can't take advantage of them here, we're going overseas. The thing is why then a black woman in America always want a brother in the 1% category? Why is it that basically all black women, when Kevin was doing his show, and even since, they all say the same thing? They want a guy making $100,000 a year or more. Some of them don't even want that. They want $500,000. They want $1 million. I mean, they want everything. But they're not saying what they bring to the table. They just say what you need to bring to me. And I find that to be very disingenuous. And that's why, in my perspective, this problem is not going to solve itself. It's going to get worse. And what I mean by getting worse, I mean that the connection or lack thereof of interrelationships with black women and black men in the United States, from the way black women are speaking and the way they're speaking about black men, in the aggressive, slanderous way in which they are talking about us, the comfort level in the way in which they can sit on a national or international, because it's YouTube, broadcasts, network-sponsored YouTube channel, to open their mouth and call black men literally grapists, the P word, and worse, trafficking women. Like, how do you put your face to utter those words when you don't even know what's going on in other countries? Besides, if you looked at the brothers' channel, you can see brothers posting up. They're posting up very nice looking ladies, grown women, educated women who want to spend time with a black man, no matter her complexion, whether she got long straight hair and light skin or kinky or curly hair and dark skin. Doesn't matter.
not even thinking back to the history of why are women and people made to be so independent in this country today. I think there's so many factors that they shove to the side for their preferences and trying to deem it a movement, which is so disappointing to hear. The civil rights movement was a movement.
Facts.
You know, and
Okay. That's pretty insightful what she just said. The civil rights movement was a movement. But what happened after the civil rights movement? Black women kicked black men to the curb and took advantage of all the benefits that the white man had to offer and gave us the finger. So now she's going to try to qualify our movement and how we should run it and what we should call it and what we should do. The phony behavior, commentary, and perspective of so many black women, for me, it's disheartening. I'm just extremely disappointed from what I hear and what I see. Give me one quick second, guys. I'm going to go off camera for a minute. I apologize. I had a situation at my front door. I had to go and relieve that. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay, so she made her comments. I'm not going to go to the rest of the video because it's not that relevant at this point anymore. There is another video I am going to bring up relating to the first woman. And I think that's going to be pretty insightful. I'm not going to watch all of this. Let me see where my start point is. And this video is from Beautiful Lies, El Guapo. If you guys are not subscribed to El Guapo, he'll be putting out some good content. Check him out. Go ahead and subscribe. You can say Sage Talk sent you if you want, not necessarily required. But I definitely want to show another video that brings out the hypocrisy. And today's show is really dealing with hypocrisy and the hypocrisy of Black women. Not every woman, Black women, for one purpose and one purpose only. The purpose is because they have drawn the line in the sand 50 or 60 years ago that we are not important and we don't matter. And the only time we matter is when they can extract resources from us. And when that's done, you're done. So I want to go ahead and bring this other video up so you guys can see and get some real facts knowledge about some of these women, what they're saying, what they're doing.
Talking about. Let's go ahead and bring him up and show him some love. Shout out to Mr. O in the building. Let me make sure I got this right. The floor is yours, sir. Go for it.
What she doing is just reckless. I don't know him personally, but I'm familiar with how he works.
Okay.
And he calls my cousin all the time. Like, my cousin has a platform out here called Bless the Belly where he does food reviews. And Isaiah just likes to grab local people who have like a little buzz about themselves.
Right.
And he always inviting them on the show to talk about personal, like current events and topics that they're hot.
Mm-hmm.
And so he calls her up just like he calls my cousin up all the time to see if she'll come up. And thirsty for clout, she jumps on there.
Now, this brother, fortunately, see, one of the things about pulling receipts is that you never know who's tracking you. He knows both Isaiah from his past background, and she knows the young woman in question that was making those slanderous comments. Let's continue.
The opportunity to talk about this. And I want to say this first before we even get into the story. You know, if social media was out when I was 23, you know what I'm saying, it would be a whole different me. It's unfair. Like, we know that at 23, you don't call on young men to head churches, run big companies, you do anything major. You wouldn't look at a 23-year-old to be the hit. You wouldn't date him seriously. You know that he's out there exploring himself and trying to figure out who he's.
What he just said, and this is the gentleman is Mr. O, so you could definitely go and subscribe to him as well. I'm not familiar with his content. I just listened to him on Beautiful Lies channel the other night. But what he's saying is so factual. A 23-year-old man is still finding his way career-wise, developing himself, searching to see where and how he fits into society, what he could contribute in what society, how society can benefit him as a Black man, as an individual. And this transcends whether it's Black man or any other man, right? At 23, you're still trying to figure it out. And they're criticizing him as though he's a man well developed into his life, a man that's 33, 34, 35 or older. But they need to be able to do that because their talking points was already structured years ago. And it's structured to attack one type of Black man. The Black man who is educated, college grad, or did some college, have a professional background in terms of his career, but don't meet the characteristic of a man that they like, which is the high risk taker, the person is considered fun, enjoyment, pleasure. But a man to build with, they don't see those guys. And those guys are usually, by the time they've had multiple failed relationships, they're in their 40s. And when they voice their opinion, you're old, you're fat, you're out of shape, you haven't risen to become a $100,000 man or more. So they use those talking points to just slander you. But that talking point don't fit. It doesn't fit Austin. He's 23. He's very young. I think he has more courage than most black men to just get up and leave the country where you were born in, where all your family live, all your friends, job opportunity, and just jump on a plane and go 1,000, 2,000 miles away to a different country and set up roots. Most black men can't do that. And he didn't ask for permission. He just stated what he was going to do, talk to his family, his mom and dad, or whoever else, and bounce and made his move. I want to highlight this comment one quick minute. Resonating Soul, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you? So basically, from looking at the comments, it's literally only on the women. Like, men have no accountability in anything that's going on in a country. I am curious about the mindset and confused. Well, the mindset, I would say, is that as black men, Kevin Samuels have always say, successful black men have options. And the way in which he crafted that statement was that if you're in a relationship with a successful black man that's clocking more than $10,000 a month or 120 grand a year or more, that he has options that he can exercise. And usually when he referred to that, he was talking about taking a side piece or something to that effect. The passport bros are saying, look, we're not going to sift through to find the one good woman out of 100. We're just not going to mess with them at all. We're bouncing. So today what we're going to be talking about is the hypocrisy on how black women treat black men who decide that they're not wanted by you. You're not liked by them. You don't have no desire to be with them based on the insults that we hear. But yet when they leave, you insult them even more. Slandering our name, reputation, not an individual person, but black men as a whole. Black American men as a whole. We're this, we're that. The comfort level by which women say, the way they say things towards black men, obviously, it's not something that's new. You don't come out of your mouth calling a man that you don't know, that you have never seen or heard or any accusation made elsewhere, and just call that man a pedophile, call that man a trafficker of women because he decides to leave. Those are very dangerous type of words. But our women feel so much comfortable just uttering it because why? They're of the assumption there's not going to be no consequence. There's no pushback. Nothing is going to happen to them.
That's who he is and try to become a man.
Right.
And so women knowing this, that they would not take these guys seriously, it's really irresponsible for them to come up here and hold him to the fire. And although he may never get his apology, he does deserve some redemption.
I agree.
I plan on giving that just a little bit of that today, man. But getting right on into it.
Okay, yeah. This is the part that I wanted you guys to pick up on.
In about 2018, 2019. I remember this because I was living in Kingwood at the time. And this is on the north side of Houston.
Okay.
And I went out one night just on the hunt. And I went to a small little bar called D-Bar in Houston, the 3rd Ward. It's a historically black area in Houston. And small little bar. Nothing was really going on out there. I seen a friend of mine outside. He's a local rapper. I won't put him out there. And he was talking to her, calling her sis and all this. And like, I guess they were like, they knew each other on the rap scene. I want to say this. She's known as a rapper out here.
Okay.
Like, people know her for rapping. All this poet and activist stuff. Nobody know her for that. People know her for like one of the female rappers in the city. She definitely know how to rock a mic.
Okay.
I'll say that. But
no pun intended.
Double entendre.
Oh no.
But getting right into it, we got to talking outside the club. She's standing outside her car, and we were talking for a minute. It led to when everybody left, the club was closed, and we still outside talking. We get to my car, and she gets inside. She playing me all her music, and she starts to want to unload to me about her personal situation. She got 2 kids.
Okay.
And women love to talk down on the father of their kids, which is reckless. I hate when women do this. I automatically shut that down. I don't know, dude. I don't want to not like somebody I don't know, so stop talking about it. And I shut that down, but she crying about it, how hard it is in her life to be going through this without any help financially and all this. This is what's really going on in her life. And then one thing led to another. I said, you want to go to my house? And she agreed. She left her car there. We drove to Kingwood. We did what we did. Spent the rest of the night together. First night, took her home. And once we were done, till the sun came up, I took her back to her car, dropped her off. And we had very little contact after that. She invited me to one of her shows a few days later. And I go to the show, we talking, and she's acting like a little standoffish because I guess she has somebody there.
Right.
And but we.
Okay, let me just interject here 1 quick minute. 2 things that stands out. She's talking about men going overseas looking for women to pay them for sex. She has an OnlyFans account. She has an OnlyFans account. And this brother is bringing receipts because she made the comment about Austin Holloman when he asked the young lady if the connection was good, you were feeling the guy, you guys had a nice date, would it be objectionable for the brother to expect sex on the first night? And the young lady said no, that would be possible. And I think that was what a lot of people jumped on, because when she gave a yes, he jumped up and gave like a salute. But here it is. She went out with a guy and had sex on the first date. She went out with a guy and had sex on the first date. How could someone who, and this guy obviously was not the first guy she did that with. So she's done it before. That was not her first time. But yet she could sit on Fox 26 and come out and accuse a man because he asked a woman, would she have sex with a man on the first date? And the young woman said, well, if things click and I liked him like that, I would. But yet she know in her own mind that she's done it on more than one occasion. And this is part of the hypocrisy that we keep seeing over and over and over. Let's continue.
We were cordial, and at the end of the night, I see her leaving, and she left with another guy. Who I don't know if that could have been the baby daddy, the guy she lived with. I don't know who he was, but she was really nonchalant with me, acting like she really didn't know me personally, even though we had just spent that night together. And this is what I want to say, man, because for you to criticize Austin and you say that he's trying to get women to come home on the first night, the spirit of prostitution is into everything that you're doing.
Oh,
the way that you move in the spirit is the same, And so for you to get on a young man who hadn't had his rites of passage yet, who's still out here making mistakes, and you want to get on it's an international platform now because of social media.
Yeah.
It's not just a local station like in Houston where it used to be, where it would only be the neighboring counties that can see it. The whole world can see this.
Yeah.
Let me run back his comment for a second.
Night together. And this is what I want to say, man, because for you to criticize Austin and you say that he's trying to get women to come home on the first night, the spirit of prostitution is in everything that you're doing.
Oh,
The way that you moving is the spirit is the same, you know. And so for you to get on a young man who hasn't had his rites of passage yet, who's still out here making mistakes, and you want to get on it's an international platform now because of social media.
Yeah.
It's not just a local station.
Now, what he dropped was so serious information. Papa Lee, Isaiah Jr., what's going on? No doubt. Yeah, every so often I like to let my beard grow out a little bit, let it get a little rough. And then once or twice a month, I go clip it up, right? But sometimes I have to do that to keep them young girls away. I want to make sure I look like their granddaddy so they leave me alone because they be pushing up too hard. But he said the way in which she moved, everything about her. She moved, everything about her is prostitution. She went home with him, and he saw her at another spot, and she bouncing with another dude. So she's moving, and that's why I tell you, when these women start labeling you and calling you things, it's their own behavior that they're projecting on us. It's their behavior that they're projecting on us. And the next video I'm going to show you guys, if you haven't seen it already, is going to blow your mind. It's really going to blow your mind because it's really going to show how Black women are moving overseas. Nothing like how Black men are moving overseas. Let me just let him finish up his commentary. Let me see. I could jump it to 6 minutes and 20.
Happen. I've seen it personally. You know.
wow. I am flabbergasted, not to the point that I'm speechless, but I'll say this, man. We're doing a lot of this with some laughs and some entertainment value, right? But there are real world consequences to not only Austin, but for Black men that want to travel that are being incurred because of this narrative that's being pumped out there. I had a conversation with my 30-year-old brother today. He's planning his second trip to Brazil. I took him to Brazil for the first time in September of last year for his 30th birthday. Brother has been working on his Portuguese ever since. He was asking me certain ways to say things in the formal or the non-formal. You know, this brother works hard, never been in any trouble. Air Force veteran, spent his entire 6 years in Minot. You know what that's like, Mr. O. So he's earned the right to be able to go and travel and do what he wants to do. And because of the dangerous narrative that's being put out there by people like Miss Vegan, like an Isaiah, by miscommunication specialists, dude, like, you can't do that. I talk about this all the time on this channel. When you have a platform, you have a responsibility, okay?
Okay. Guapo made some serious observations and points just now. The recklessness and the way in which Black women are slandering Black men, they don't care if you get killed. They'd rather you get killed if they can't have you, when they want you, how they want you. They don't care. To slander a man traveling overseas in other countries, because there's simps in every country. America is not the only place they got simps. Other countries, they may not have the money to simp like Black American men or white men or any other man that may simp in the US. But definitely, there are other men that are simping in other countries in different ways. And some men will, if they can't use their money, then they will use whatever value they have. That potentially is their brawn, is their ability to hurt or to kill. So they're literally, in a sense, putting it out there that other men in these countries, if you go ahead and take a little revenge and kill a couple of these guys, so they get scared, you know, they want us moving in fear, so they can get scared and they don't want to go overseas anymore. They have no choice but to stay here with us and put up with whatever we want to give them or not. But one way or the other, you're gonna be made to heal. Okay, let me just put up Miss Beth says, you better mute when you play the video, when you're playing the video, Lee. There's an echo. Okay, appreciate it much. Thank you very much for that. And that's what I need to know, because sometimes that does happen. So I'll be sure to do that when I continue the video as well. Okay, another brother says, Black East Panther said, I use Kevin Samuels' name to filter out trashy women. Absolutely. It's like using garlic on vampires, right? Or silver. Keeps them away. Immediately, they display who they really are because they can't cover it. They can't walk in the shadows. When you use Kevin Samuels' name, it's like salt in a wound. They got to yell out. They got to scream. They got to come out of pocket and show exactly who they are. AJ123 or 132. Sorry about that. They don't care if we're killed. Absolutely. They don't care. You know why they don't care if we're killed? Who think they know why they don't care if we're killed? Drop it in the chat. I'm going to take a look, give you guys a minute or so to see who's going to drop it in the chat. Why do you think they don't care if we're killed? By putting out these lies, defaming brothers. The one reason why I know they don't care if we're killed is simple. Because they use the same tactics in our community. They get the Pookie and Way Ray type guys to bump off other men that they feel you no longer are a benefit to me, or you cut me loose in a relationship, and I didn't like the fact that you cut me loose. I should have been the one to cut you loose. They use other black men to use violence on other black men to satisfy the emotional roller coaster of black women. Peter the Investor M. What's your comment? Control. That's a very good one. Control. But it's control or destroy, or control and destroy, right? If they can't bring you to heal under control, then you serve us no purpose. You must die. And that's why they say these slanderous comments. They don't give a goddamn if you die. And the more of you die overseas, the better, because that's going to tell the future black men or the other black men who are up and coming or who already reached their pinnacle in success. Nah, I may want to second think that because so-and-so got killed in this country, such and such got killed in that country, and people are going to see me in a certain way just because I'm a black man, right? So they're trying to create a cloud in foreign countries. And that's mainly not to the women. That's to the men in foreign countries, to get them emotionally triggered to do something about it. Just like they get black men in America triggered to do something about it. Fortunately, those men are not female-minded men. Isaiah Jr., execute Order 66. Absolutely. That's what they do. They execute Order 66 on us. They've been doing it in the U.S. Now they want to do it overseas. And they're trying to see if it take. But bottom line is, Brazil is going to suffer for that. For what they did. I'm not saying that black men are not going to go there anymore. I'm sure they will. But to the degree that the influx of black men was leaving America, going to South America, they're going to bypass Brazil and go straight to Colombia, Cartagena, Barranquilla, or wherever part of Brazil, of Colombia that they want to seek out, exploring the world, starting within the Americas. Whether they go into Dominican Republic, whether they go into the Far East, whether they go into Eastern Europe, or whether they go into Africa. Matter of fact, even South African women are starting to pick up on some of the talking points from black women. So brothers, be aware of South Africa as well, because they're jumping on board with the talking points of Black women, which means their mindset is already there. Once the word come out of their mouth, that means the download already happened. The processing have already happened. Now they're just giving you data. Who is this? T. Smith? No. Menelik Makanim. Brazil going to lose out on tourism money. Absolutely, they will. They damn sure will lose out. But you know what? Hey, you know, when you're reckless with your mouth, there's a price to pay. And right now, many of our sisters there have been reckless with their mouth. And because it's been so long since they've had a price to pay, they believe there is no price to pay. But there is. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to bring up another video that I want you guys to check out, because this here, if you guys haven't seen it, and if you're not a member of Obsidian's channel, Mumia Obsidian Ali, go check him out. He did 2 videos this past week telling the truth about passport holes, hypocrisy. And I forgot the other one. The other one was done a couple of days ago, but I was running in and out, so I didn't get a chance to sit down and watch the entire video. But I was listening to it, the first one, on my way while I was out. And the information he was dropping was priceless. So there are 2 parts of this clip, because this is a 4-hour video. I'm not going to be able to view most of that, or even a good portion of it. But I want to bring out the first part where he makes some commentary. There's an interview with some ladies. And then the second part, which is going to go to the real hypocrisy of how Black men move overseas versus how Black women move overseas. Okay, let me go to the share button. Guys, hit the like button if you haven't hit it yet. If you don't find the content valuable on your way out, you can always give it a thumbs down. Definitely, I want to know how to improve or where I need to improve. So the down button is always going to give me some high signs. And if you have a comment, don't feel any kind of way just by dropping a comment. Okay. So I'm going to. Okay, so did you guys get a chance to see that? No, you guys did not see that. I apologize. Wait 1 minute. Let me go back and add it and restart that commentary. That was okay, this time I'm started a little early so you guys get some context.
Want that to let you sink that in. Just dig on that. 15 grand a year. Okay? Oh, and if you want to compare that, to Brazil, no problem. I got the numbers right here. The average Brazilian makes 80.4 BRL. That's Brazilian real. And that,
the real,
if you exchange it to American dollars, comes out to $15.7 thousand a year. Okay.
And the exchange rate is about 5 to 1. It's some change, 5 point
You
something.
literally get more bang for your buck in Jamaica, ladies. And that's the reason why you pick Jamaica. Because you literally get more bang for the buck. Okay? Yeah, tell me all about it, ladies. We ain't even got to the part about you lovely ladies from the community. We still talking about Miss Ann. We ain't even got to y'all yet. Let's continue. Fair use, fair use.
Travel between and within affluent countries does not reposition the citizen on economic, gendered, or race hierarchies of power, but travel to Jamaica or other poor and indebted nations does. Karen, an English woman from Devon, hometown of Captain Hawkins, the pioneer of the British slave trade, was unambiguous about why she traveled at least 3 times a year to Jamaica.
I'm not naive. I've been around the block. I come for sex. Of course the sun, but mostly the sex.
Even the working class budget tourist from Europe, Canada, or the USA is in a position to spend about as much on a package holiday in the Caribbean as many locals will earn in a year. One night in an all-inclusive resort may cost $200 to $300, while a prostitute will earn $50 to $100 a night, and a Jamaican worker is paid just $80 per week.
There you go. There you go. And you want to know the lovely ladies of the community who go to Jamaica the most? They're lower middle class income. Don't worry, don't take it from me. You're going to see and read for yourself from Professor Bianca C. Williams, author.
Okay, so one thing I like about Obsidian, when he drops information, he comes with facts. He comes with research. He comes with statistics. He comes with data. In this case, he came with a video as well to really show and highlight that not only white women, but black women are doing the same damn thing. And they've been doing it a lot longer than black men, especially as a whole in a group. Let me highlight the brother's comment. Let me see. Brother just dropped the super chat. Apologize for not seeing it earlier. Okay, for some reason I'm not seeing it here. Maybe it didn't come up on the stream yet. Oh, that's not mine. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so Obsidian is bringing out the information as to how these women are moving overseas. The white woman says, I go to Jamaica about 3 times a year, and I go there for sex. Brothers are not even saying, hey, I'm going to Colombia, I'm going to Brazil, I'm going to the Philippines, I'm going to Africa, I'm going to Thailand. They're not saying they're going for sex, even though sex might be part of the package. But these women are coming out clear and making a cold statement. My purpose is to go for sex. And I'm going to spend what I'm going to spend. And you'll take it and like it. And that's deep. Because what it shows is that women, they talk about the inequity in society. No. When it comes to free speech, women can say whatever the hell they want. As it pertains to free speech, men have to tiptoe around words. They got to spell words all kind of misspelling kind of way. They got to write sentences that are not fully structured and leave words out or flip the verb around with the subject just to overcome the algorithm so they could bring about their point. But a woman, she can say whatever the hell she wants, and nobody's going to check her, black or white. Let's continue.
In pursuit of happiness. That's on tap coming up next. You want to tell your homies about this. Spread the word. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. This is going to be one for the history books, brothers. Here we go. Let me get my man, First Man Jenkins, in the building with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. He said, keep your foot on the gas, old man. Oh, yes, pedal to the metal today. Pedal to the metal. Let's get more with this. Oh, and by the way, notice how they say that y'all dudes just broke, y'all going overseas because y'all broke. Well, what does that make you, ladies? You saw what they see right here in this documentary. The working class broads going to the Caribbean. And black women are the biggest ones of all doing it. I got the proof right here. It's coming up. Stay tuned. Fair use. Fair use.
Now, this is from a documentary, just so you guys know.
I think they're going through the whole thing with the Jamaican, this is where they get into the Rastafari stuff and all that. So we don't need to do that. If you want to watch the rest of the documentary, I strongly urge you do so. I just wanted you to get a taste of what this whole thing about sex tourism is all about. So you go and watch the rest of that. It's called Rent a Rasta. You can watch it right here on YouTube. Now I want to take you to an interview between Bianca C. Williams. She's an academic for City University, New York, author of the 2018 book, In Pursuit of Happiness. It's 5 years old. She's sitting with black male feminist panty waist Mark Anthony Neal of Duke University, talking about black women going to Jamaica for sex tourism. Here we go.
When I record for Watts and every black like Troy Davis who never had a fair shot.
Welcome to Left of Black. I'm your host, Mark Anthony Neal, here at the John Hope Franklin Center.
Okay, before we continue, there's a comment that I saw that looks pretty interesting. Let's see. Prophecy, the survivor. Mr. Lee, I think the Black Manosphere is done, for it's become a place where black women and some black men come here to monetize our pain and try to shit on us for anything. Well, I will say this to you, Prophecy, the survivor. I'm sorry. Prophecy, the savior. The only way black women can come to this space and profit is for black men who are paying the money. If you're not contributing, they're not going to stay. No one is going to put in the effort of doing live streams or creating premiere videos, uploading them, putting data together if they're not being supported financially. They're going to be like, they're going to call us bums, yada, 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 and they're going to bounce. So if you don't want black women who are anti-black men in this space commenting and whatever they do, don't support them. Unfortunately, there's so many simps out there, they're going to support black women wherever they go, whether they're in this space or in any other space. But part of the benefits of them being here is because they spend, Obsidian used to talk about how black people in the community, we hate fuck, right? Not only do we hate fuck, we do something else. We finance the things that we hate. So for those who want to come over here, because it was black women who hated Kevin, made Kevin rich. So they do spend their money on the things that they like, fashion, and the things that they don't like, black men. So we don't have to worry about that because we can monetize their hate. 2023 is about monetizing black women hatred. They're not going to leave us alone. They're going to keep coming. Let them come because they're going to bring an army with them who's going to blow up our channels and make us more money, and we're going to make all kind of money off of that. So let them come. Don't worry about it. See, one of the things I always look for is where's the silver lining in the opportunity when someone is bitching? And I learned this years ago on Wall Street. When my client used to call me up bitching about a stock that's down, especially if we already recommended as a sell and he's still holding it and he's crying, you know what I took that as? I took that as an opportunity to upsell him, to ask him for more money because he wants personal attention. Personal attention costs. You want exclusivity? You want me to call you? You want my assistant to pick up the phone and call you and tell you, hey, buy this stock now, sell it now, whatever. This is the move we're making. You're going to have to pay for that. So a lot of times we may look at something and see it as a negative. It's not always a negative. Sometimes negatives are just outcries for more. Wall Street stories, and I got a ton of them. What's that? Ben Rick, Wall Street Stories, no doubt. Let's see. Blackest Panther. As long as women continue to demand selective equality, things will continue to get worse. They don't even want selective equality. They want outright superiority. Stop with the equality, guys. A woman could put hands on a man and nothing happens to her. And it could be on video and nothing happens to her. That is not equality, because if a man is even accused of putting hands on a woman with no video and it never even happened, that man is going to end up in jail that night. And then good luck if you can prove, proving a negative, proving something didn't happen. How could you do that? How can you prove that something didn't happen? See, the key is to be able to prove something happened, and the burden of proof is on the accuser. When nothing happened, the burden of proof is on you to prove that nothing didn't happen, that what she say is a lie. That is a far different hurdle to be able to overcome. So they're not looking for equality. They want total dominion, superiority, whatever they say, when they say it, how they want it. Let's see. Resonating soul. Men and women are not equal. That is true. Thank you very much, Miss Soul. We're not equal. We're made differently. And I think the thing is, it's not equality, I think, is something that to the degree that can be met. And what I mean by that is that equality on the law, how the government, businesses, and other organizations or entities within the society will deal with every individual, where we have the right, as whether or not we're applying for a job, establishing a business, applying for a loan, buying a home, and whatever we're doing, on the law, we all have the same equity to be able to participate. That's not what women are looking for. They want a form of superiority where just the mere utterance of anything, no matter what it is, they should be believed. And at that point, legal action, some punitive damage can be laid on your head, whether that punitive damage is economics, finance, or whether that punitive damage is something other. Possibly you're ending up in the joint. Let's continue with the video. Well, actually, you know what? Let me move it along, because there's the part that I really want to get to so we can have the bigger discussion is coming up in a second. It's right around 1:54. Okay, 1 second.
Know that.
Up here at 1:54.
And the lovely Miss Nakiva Brown says, "Oh my God, not Jesse Wu. Yes, Jesse Wu. Yes. Yes." You know how black women like to do that. I said, yes. Yeah, they like to do that. Yes, her. Fair use. Fair use.
Yeah, they're not getting that. Right. At the time, I saw that kind of gender roles were being disrupted in Jamaica because of the expansion.
Now, like I said, if you guys want to really, you can either go to Obsidian or you could go to the link and watch this documentary yourself. It's very insightful. I'm probably going to watch the whole thing later tonight. I only watched the parts that I wanted to see from what I had listened to on Obsidian Show.
In the U.S. and Jamaica, and how do we experience these different types of white supremacy that either kill us or bring us down? How we take care of each other in that moment.
How are now the African American women assimilating into the Jamaican culture?
So what I loved about this particular group of women was that they engage in something I call traveling with diasporic heart.
The recording, the voice is low, so I have it up to almost max.
Target hotels.
I apologize for that if you can't hear it clearly.
And constantly, as they return, they give their money back to those companies. So they were very intentional about how their American dollars could affect Jamaica. But yes, there is a lot of tension between African American women and Jamaican women because there's an assumption is that you're going there to steal men, to have sex with men.
Is the assumption wrong? Is the assumption wrong, my good brothers? Are the lovely ladies of Jamaica wrong for assuming that? Really? Really? They're just making it up in their head? Is that it? It has no basis in fact, really? Really?
So check this out, right?
They're just making it up.
This is what black women are getting done
And yet
overseas.
still, the lovely
I'm not sure
ladies
if
of
you
the
guys can see this.
community want
Let
to
me,
give the brothers a hard way to go for exercising their own options. Options for me, but not for thee. And they have no problem whatsoever.
Okay, I'm going to mute up Obsidian a little bit so we could just get to the visuals. So I'm going to stop the video so you guys can kind of get a close up, and then I'm going to restart it. This is a black woman getting a massage out on some bamboo on the river somewhere. Getting a butt massage. Now, they've already spoken about how they're paying for sex, and that they spend more money in 1 week or 2 weeks than many of them make an entire year. And that the black women in Jamaica have a real big deal with black women who are coming down there influencing their men. See, the thing is, black men can travel anywhere in the world, excuse me, as long as they have the economics to do so. And because the men who will be traveling more and more and relocating either already have the money because they're secured, they may have had a home, they sold their home, they may have their own business, or they're in tech, but they have the finances where they can exercise those options. It's different for women, because if a black man go to another country, he bring in a lot of resources into that country. The women who may be at the standard of poverty or below the standard of poverty, or may live good, however her lifestyle may be, if she get with a black man or American man, black, white, or other, and they form a relationship, that black man will be contributing to the society. They will make investments. They will be building. Obviously, we socialize a lot, so restaurants, hotels, and entertainment centers will benefit. And that will be long term. The problem with women is that women take from societies. So when black women go to those societies, those countries, they can't stay. They got to come back to America. And that's why so many of them are making videos about black men. You go get a woman, she gonna get a lick on you, especially if you bring her back to the United States. And when they start talking to other black women, they're gonna realize, well, hey, wait a minute. I could get a better deal than this guy. I can get a richer guy. They believe that they could permeate their minds, the foreign women mind, if they come back to America. And they probably could, because feminism is strong. You know, like they say, the force is strong in America when it comes to womanism and feminism. Let me continue the video so you guys can really see what's going on. Look at that. Look at that. So is that trafficking? On the bigger video, you can see a young kid that is definitely under the age of 18 in the video right there. So they're doing all that in front of minors. And they want to accuse black men of anything? No. what they're doing is self-projecting. They are self-projecting. And they're accusing black men of doing the things that they do overseas. When they go to Jamaica, this is what they do. When the white women, they go to Gambia or they go to the Caribbean, this is what they're doing. So when they're trying to label us, they're extrapolating from their own experience, trying to spin it and act as though this is what we're doing. If a man goes to a club, hang out with a woman, spend money, have drinks, eat dinner, whatnot, hang out, and she goes back to his hotel or his Airbnb, that man is just socializing. And if the woman decides that she want to get down with him later, that's on her. That's her decision to make, and she's capable of making that decision. But they're the ones that are going to these countries exploiting the men, because their money in Jamaica, I'm not sure the exchange rate right now, but the last time I checked, it was like 600 to 1, right? 600 Jamaican dollars to $1 American dollar. I think the only country that comes close to that is probably Colombia. Theirs is significantly higher. But in the rest of Latin America, it's the difference is not that strong. So they could go down there and spend $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 and be flossing. And these are average income women that are making 30, 45, 50,000. Hold on a second. And solo, yeah, but a soda is like 400 JD. Tell me about it. So that means 400 JD, if you're looking at 600, that's like 66 cents, right? That's 2/3, 66 cents. So 66 cents for a soda. Now, if you work in Jamaica and you make money in Jamaican dollars, come on, man. What are y'all talking about? Who are the real ones that are exploiting? Who is actually exploiting black people? Black men or black women? Because I think the truth has got to come out. And I like what Obsidian is doing. I like what the Blizzard King attorney Dennis Sperling, what he's doing, because they're really bringing a lot of facts and showing what has been flying below the radar for so long. But you see, when black women pick a fight with black men don't want to fight black women. They just want peace, man. And I think that's most men. We just want peace. But at some point, you know what? We're going to have to swing back. And they have far more of a reservoir of fuckery, sexual trafficking, sexual exploitation of men overseas than the reverse. So when we pull their card, they're not going to like it. Then they're going to call it hate. Showing the facts, showing the truth. There's one other video, I think. Let me see if I'm going to show this one or not. This video here is very insightful because one thing that really bothers me about this whole passport bro issue is how much black men or how many black men are involved in the shaming of other black men. I can't understand that. I mean, that's a large part of our society as a group. It's kind of ridiculous. How is it that one black man could tell another black man what he can do with his life? Specifically, if he's not destroying himself. He's not on drugs. He's not pimping. He's not abusing anyone. He's working. He's getting his game up. He's improving himself. And he's spending his money traveling the world, getting into sites and meeting women and maybe even having relations and later relationships as well. And I asked the question last year, I think it was around April. If the top 20% of black men was to SYSBM, if they were to leave the United States, what would be the effect on the black community? And pretty much everyone just kind of cast it to the side like, it wouldn't be no problem. Or it's going to be a problem. 2023, it's going to be front and center. It's going to be a problem. Prophecy, the savior, Mr. Lee, that's my point exactly. It's bad enough to get shamed by black women, but to also be shamed by other black men. Yes, this is, I don't even know how to label this. Because I've never had men tell me what I should or shouldn't do. Like if there was something that I wanted to do, I would counsel with men that I knew who are more experienced than me in certain things to get their opinion and advice. But to be ridiculed, to make a decision and make a choice to say, I want to be happy. I can't find what I want here, so I'm bouncing. You know, I've been traveling since 1998, and I left the United States 15 years or so ago. And the bottom line is like I don't really tell people what I'm doing, whether it's a business move that I'm making or if it's a personal move that I'm making. Now, obviously, if I'm leaving the country, I'm going to tell one person I'm leaving the country just so they know. But I'm not soliciting them for advice because people with small minds think small and they give you small-minded responses. So as a man, I never do that. And I think that's something we as black men have to also realize, that what people think about you, don't give a damn. Especially, and I wouldn't say just any people, but in general, what other black men who are trying to shame you, those are black men that are small-minded. They probably don't have options. They don't have choice. They don't make enough money to live the life that they would like to live. And because they're hamstring, they want you to be hamstring as well. You should not have any fun. You should not be able to exercise your options to spend time with women overseas if you so choose, on any level. How dare you? What's that? Little Black Book. Welcome to Sage Talk. I believe this is the first time I'm seeing you on the stream. Let me stop sharing for a minute. I want to bring you up. I'll bring up the other tape, the other video later. But welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Much love, man.
Okay, cool. Give me your perspective. What do you have to say on the topic itself?
I think me personally, I would say that, you know what, I totally understand where the passport bros are coming from. And I would understand where also the women are complaining are coming from, right? I think this
okay, one second.
Echo in it.
When you say that you can understand where the women are coming from, edify me on that point so I can understand what you mean by that statement.
Cool. So first and foremost, when we say black women or black men, the reality is we're actually talking to a minority. We're not talking to the majority of black women or black men.
Okay, percentages. 1 second. Yeah. We don't have to get into the percentages.
That's fine.
Let's talk about, you said you can understand why black men are leaving the country. And you can understand why black women have the commentary that they have about those men who are leaving. Give me your perspective as to why you say you can understand their perspective, and what is that perspective?
Okay, so first and foremost, I'm a person that likes to talk about, obviously, when you're promoting something, what exactly are you promoting versus what is actually being seen and received. So from my end, from just my observations and watching different content as well in terms of Passport Bros, the original intent that I was seeing was that people are going over there to different countries of a lower economical status oftentimes, and it's one for enjoyment, fun. You go in there, leisurely time, vacation, etc., etc. And then the other side of it also is that people are engaging in sex. Not a
And
problem
what's
at
wrong
all.
with that?
Nothing.
And what's
Nothing
wrong
wrong
with
with it.
that? No,
Nothing
but
wrong
what I
with it at
wanted,
all.
what I wanted to hear, because you're explaining the brother's side. I'm not asking you for the
Yes.
brother's side because I already know the brother's side. I'm
Mhm.
asking you to explain. You said you understand why the black women have the commentary that they have. That's
Mhm.
the side I want you to explain.
Okay, so sorry, it's a very long-winded
No,
answer.
don't
That's
worry
why I
about it.
apologize. I'll cut it short. So I can understand where they're coming from because it's a select group of women who are actually doing this. It's not entire black women. There's a select group of black women who are vocalizing their frustration of black men going over, right?
Okay.
And their
All right.
frustrations are
One
coming.
second. Let's have
Yeah.
one second. Let's have a
Sorry.
dialogue back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You
Please
said
go
it's
for
a
it.
select group of black women,
Yes.
not all. Why do you feel the need to say not all?
Because it's not all. It's a select group.
But when is there ever all of anything? Even scientists who do experiments in laboratories, the result always have a caption with 1 to 3% margin of error. So there's
Yeah.
no, even in a controlled laboratory, you can't hit 100% of anything. So why the need to have the disclaimer not all when there can never be all?
Okay, so there's a strong reason why we have to say that. It's because first and
Sure.
foremost, not all black men are being passport bros. So it's a select group. The reason why I have to mention that is because the people who are also complaining on the other side, the ladies who are complaining about the men, are a select group. But yet when we talk about the hypocrisy, we talk about the entire group. And that's what I'm saying, that's where the issues come on both
Well,
sides. I find both sides are
okay,
hypocritical. Sorry,
okay.
sir.
Hold
Go,
on,
sorry.
hold on. When I speak of the hypocrisy, where have I implied all black women?
It's not necessarily that actually no. Actually, yes, the word implies a correct word, right?
You are interpreting that,
yes,
because you're the one speaking in absolute 100% terms, and then you're qualifying that is in this part. I'm not speaking 100%, but
Okay.
in the implication of hypocrisy of black women, I must be speaking 100%. So you need to clarify that.
I'm not saying
there is
necessarily
no
you
such
actually-
thing as 100%.
sorry.
The point is whether it's 10%, 20%, 40%, or 80%, you'll never hit 100%.
You'll notice I never gave a
Right?
percentage. You gave a percentage. You qualified my
No,
statement.
you said,
trying
well,
to
you
add a
said
percentage.
all.
I didn't.
No,
Yes,
you
I
said
said it's not.
all.
I said it's not all. So we have to say it's a
No, but
select
you said,
group.
okay, true. But when you
Yes.
said the other part of this statement, you made the comment that when I use the term or the term hypocrisy is being used, you're saying that it's implying that it's all black women.
So when and so that's where I can also take a little bit take a step back and say I agree with you. It's not necessarily that you're saying all. I think there's a blanket general statement that gets made
Right.
that encompasses a wider span than it actually is. Do you know what I'm saying? So like for instance, the title is actually a normal title, but then the implication of it becomes general. For instance, the hypocrisy of black women. Not necessarily anything wrong with it, but it encompasses a blanket statement across a demographic. And that's
So-
what I
so if
find. Sorry, yes, sir. Go, sorry.
So if I said the hypocrisy of black men, would that mean all black men apply? It applies to all black men?
I would
Or
say
to
the same
black men
thing.
who-
It's not
or to the
all,
black
but
men who are to the black men who are hypocrites.
it would again I would say the same thing, the same statement I would make for the ladies, I'll make for the men. I'm not choosing any particular side, to be honest. I'm just saying,
Right.
I
No,
feel like
I'm not saying you
yeah.
all, but because we're on a YouTube channel, ideas
Yeah.
are being promoted, and
Yes,
your
sir.
perspective or viewpoint is being promoted. So what I'm trying to get clarified is your interpretation of things, right?
Mhm.
So how long were you watching the show? Did you just come in 5 minutes ago, or were you watching for the past hour and a half?
I was
or
watching for the
thereabouts?
past like 20 minutes or so. So I saw a
Okay.
couple of clips that you
Did
put
you
up as
see
well. and
any
everything.
of Did you see any of the videos that I put up to show what the black women that were saying negative things about black men said.
Yes, I saw parts of that. Yes.
So the woman that came on Fox 26
Yes.
and slandered Austin Holloman,
Yes. Yes.
but yet she turned around and someone brought receipts that she herself was
an OnlyFans
having sex on the first date,
Mm-hmm.
but trying to criticize Austin because a woman said to him, if I liked the guy, I would have sex on the first date. He didn't say he wanted to have sex with her. He used himself in the example. If it was me and you like me and we went out on a date and everything went right, would you have sex with me on the first date? And she says, sure.
Mm.
So she's using that to slander his name,
I
but
agree.
she's walking in the same way.
I
That's
agree.
the hypocrisy. I'm addressing people who make statements that are lying, that are slandering the image, the name, and the image of black men worldwide when they are participating in the things that they're claiming black men are doing, when they have no evidence that black men are doing those things, but now we have evidence they are.
So the reason why I started the whole conversation with not all is because the same way that lady did, right? First of all, stating about how the Passport Bros, because she brought in she labeled the whole of Passport Bros. Would you agree that every Passport Bro is like Austin Holloman and does what Austin Holloman does?
Well, in anything, sometimes there's a face to a movement. Austin is a face to the movement, and the reason why they have selected, and it's black women that have selected him. It wasn't black men. Black women selected Austin Holloman for several reasons. One, he's good looking. Two, he's tall. Three, he's got game. He knows how to talk to women. So he don't fit any of the metrics of you being 45, 50 years old, broke, big belly, out of shape, don't know how to pull women, and you need to go overseas because you got to buy cooch.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't fit that matrix. So they have to destroy his image because his image goes forward into men that are in their late 20s and 30s, and it hits harder for young men who are coming up, getting ready to come out of high school and going into the university. He's telling those men, look, get your shit together, make your money, learn how to make money overseas or remotely, and bounce. You don't even have to deal with these chicks. And that's the reason why they're coming after him. He was selected just like they selected Kevin. They're selecting him because they want to destroy him. They need to kill that image because he does not fit the demographics of men that they have been talking about for the past 50 years. That is why they have selected him.
Okay. I'm not going to disagree with that per se. I think the focal point I'm trying to aim at here is how dangerous generalizations become. You are doing a video right now, and I agree with you. There is hypocrisy on the other side of people complaining about Passport Bros because they're making generalizations about Passport Bros and what Passport Bros actually do.
No, they're not making generalizations. No, stop. They're not making generalizations. They're telling lies. A generalization would be if Passport Bros was going around having sex, videotaping it, putting it out online, and then they say all these guys were having sex or just traveling for sex. What they're saying deliberately is that they're trafficking women, they're paying women for sex, and they're dealing with underage children, pedophile. That's what they're saying. That's slander.
Okay.
They're not just saying the generalization that, hey, black men are going over there to spend their money and have sex with pretty women from different countries. That would be a generalization.
Yeah.
And to the degree a generalization is usually an accurate statement because you can make statements based on generalized things that we know. It's just like stereotypes. Stereotypes come from a behavior that's commonly known within a society. Generalizations come from something that either most or more or many or a large percentage, either right below 50% or above 50%, that we can commonly see and know. That's a generalization. And there's nothing wrong with generalizing. But the problem is that you're saying that generalizing is not good, but you also need to qualify that it's not 100%. Generalization never refers to 100%. Generalization applies to the things that we can commonly observe and see and know.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, continue.
So I agree what you're saying. So first and foremost, I would say that obviously, like I said, I watched the Fox News particular aspect. I didn't particularly like it personally. And I agree with you. Those were accusations which I don't believe are laid at the feet of what I have researched according to Passport Bros. According to what I've researched, right? That's not what I've.
When you say you have researched, give me some places where you have researched and got information.
Oh, when I say research, I mean I've different videos on YouTube, and even Passport Bros on the right hand side as well.
Well, give me a couple of content producers that you watch their videos. Those who are either Passport Bros or those who are supportive of Passport Bros, right? Because if you're watching the videos of those who hate Passport Bros, then you're not really doing research. You're just getting information to support the perspective of women. Of course. Okay.
Well, obviously the main one was
the content creators' videos that you have seen about Passport Bros. There was only if you're a member of any Passport Bros content.
Yeah, I'm not a member of any of them. Like I said, I just kind of watched a few videos, but the few videos that I watched was Passport Bro.
Passport OG.
He was one of them. And Austin is the only one that I saw. So literally, I went through their videos and just watched them. And like I said, when I watched both of their videos, I didn't necessarily see the correlation to what Fox News brought. Right. So Fox News had their own agenda. That's what I'm saying to you. That I'm trying to, because what happens is war starts when we make generalizations. So it's like that Fox News was an agenda piece. Specifically, was an agenda piece. But from what I've seen with Passport Bros,
but that agenda piece was designed to help who and hurt who.
Okay, so the agenda piece was
in your opinion,
in my opinion,
agenda piece was designed. Yeah, in your opinion, based on what you're saying, the agenda piece.
Yeah, sorry. No, in my opinion, the agenda piece is doing what other pieces have done, which is to create the division between black males, black females, or black women and black men.
Okay, so do you believe that there is no division between black men and black women presently?
Oh, I believe there is. There definitely is.
So it's not creating it.
No. So it's further enhancing it. Yes.
It's advancing it. So that means that black women have more influence in major media to get their bidding done than black men. Would you say that's a more accurate perspective?
Because who has a real investment in us being split? Is it black women? Or black men who have an investment? Is it black women that have an investment in splitting black men and black women? See, I find that rhetoric. I find that rhetoric a little bit off, because I don't think that's
you answer my question with the question. You can ask me the question and I will respond to it.
Okay.
But I asked the question: who has the influence in major media? You said that was a hit piece from Fox.
Yeah.
Is it black men that have the influence in major media, or is it black women who have that?
That's what I'm trying to say. So we know who owns Fox. I literally did a piece on this on my YouTube. The person who owns Fox is not a black woman or a black man.
But that is not the question. The question is, who has the ability to get themselves on Fox to push an agenda?
And I said the person above them is a person driving that full on that. We're still doing what we did when we were under slavery, but we're just doing it in a different way. We're now doing it without chains.
You know you're obfuscating at the moment, right?
I don't know what that means, so you would have to explain.
That means you're deliberately not answering the question and you're putting the blame someplace else.
No, I'm not asking the question.
You're saying it's the owner of Fox.
Yes, I'm saying, because you asked me. No, because you asked me a question, which was, who has a vested interest in creating? And I said to you, I believe it's not black women. I said, who owns Fox? I'm trying to say there's another demographic.
I didn't say who have a vested interest. I said who have more influence in using major media, black men or black women, to propagandize, from what you were saying. Who has that power?
I would say neither. There's another party.
Neither?
Neither.
So,
I said there's another
Ileana
party
Van Zant. Oh, hold on. Ileana Van Zant, Oprah Winfrey, the movie, what was that movie? Waiting to Exhale. I mean, we could go back from the 80s to the 90s, and it's been white women and black women who have leagued themselves together to destroy the images of black men. And that show, even though the host of the show is a black man, he came to the table with an agenda using black women to speak on the behalf of black women.
Mhm.
And he himself used a black man using slanderous terms towards black men as a group. He even said so-called passport bros. So when you
Mhm.
say so-called anything, it means it's not really that.
So was he a black man or was he a black woman?
That was a black man.
So
That was a black man
who's
that said
destroying
that. The
whose image?
so-called,
Who's doing this destroying here? Is it a black man or a black woman or both were doing it?
well, many black men do the bidding of black women because they're afraid.
So are you saying black women are more stronger than black men in this society?
Absolutely, 100%. Would you say it's not?
I would absolutely disagree. If you believe you're
Okay, give me an
disenfranchised to
example
a
of how
point,
you disagree. Give me an example of how you disagree.
give me an example of how I disagree. First
Yeah.
of all, financially, who would you say takes the lead? I think we would agree that financially, as black men versus black women, we have a higher, if you want to call it GDP, if you want to call it that, or we
Okay,
earning power within our
you
society.
do already know. Okay, you do already know the argument between income between men and women, black, white, otherwise, right? You do understand the arguments between that, right? Why men in general makes more than women. You do understand that?
No, I would love to hear your opinion on that. Go for it.
Okay. The reason being is that men work harder and longer.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is
Women
that?
always have situations where when their life change, especially if they get pregnant and have a child, it doesn't matter if they have a master's degree. They now want to be home and they want somebody to take care of them. So women have the options of choice that they can work for as long as they choose to, but when they decide not to, they can pull back and don't have to. And some man will pay that bill, whether it's Uncle
Okay.
Sam or a multitude of men that they may see, right? So when we talk about who have more, I'm talking about influence in the society, because influencing black men have not gone around trying to destroy the image of black women. It's black women who have been on a warpath trying to destroy the images of black men. Have you ever seen any of Kevin Samuel's content
I have
before he
actually,
passed
yes, I
away?
have.
Rest assured.
Yeah.
Kevin, say again.
I don't think he's the best example to talk about, but I hear what you're saying. I've listened
Okay.
to some of his stuff.
Well,
Yes.
first, I didn't ask you, was he a good example or a bad example? I asked you,
Yeah.
have you seen it?
Yes.
Okay. Have you watched any of his content from start to finish?
Not all the way through, no. Not the whole 3-hour live
Okay.
or anything like that.
So what you saw was clips.
No, I've watched a bit, but I've not watched the whole
No, I'm
show,
asking.
right? Yeah, I've
Right,
not
a
watched
whole show. Have you watched the whole
Yeah.
show?
No, I've not
Okay.
watched the whole show all
Have
the way
you-
through, no.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that was Kevin pro black women or anti black women?
Do you want my honest answer? He was I
No,
believe
I
he
don't
was
want you to
anti.
lie. I mean, but people lie all
I
the
believe he was
time. But,
anti.
you know,
I believe he was
You think he
anti.
was
I think underneath the
anti-black
guise
women?
of being pro, yes.
he was
Yes.
anti to guys that are broke.
Okay.
Is that what you said?
I think he was anti a lot of things. So to be honest, but your specific question was towards women. I said I think he was anti.
Right. Okay. So was Kevin pushing to have black men and black women marry, or was he against it?
Absolutely.
Okay. So how could you be anti-black women if you want black women to marry black men? And that was the centerpiece of his content.
Lovely stuff. So if you start with the premise of I want black men and black women to be together, it sounds great. But what's your actions underneath that? How do you treat black women when they actually come onto your platform? Regardless of whether you think they're dumb, whether you think they're not, whether you think they're delusional, whether you think they're mad, how you treat them is also quintessential to how the other people who are watching you as a leader, as a black man in that society within the YouTube cosmopolitan, if you want to call it that, or the user society, right? They are watching you, and then they also learn from your behavior and then begin to do the same thing you did.
Okay.
So
when you
through his
say
behavior towards black
so
women that
when
were
you
on
say
his side, he was
one
not
second. So when
somebody
you
who.
say
Yeah, sorry, go on. Apologies.
So when you say how he treat black women,
Yes.
are you referring to him cursing or insulting black women, or
Yes.
showing black women their real value as opposed to their perceived value? What
I'm talking about the very
what are you
first one you
referring to?
mentioned. The very first part you
Okay, so
mentioned.
you're saying because many black women complained about Kevin's tone.
Mhm.
Would that be something that you felt was also an issue for you?
Tone, words,
Tone meaning in
language.
the way in which he spoke. He was direct. He was concise.
Yeah, I know
He
what
did not
tone is. I'm
modify
saying.
himself. He did not predicate any statement like you predicate your earlier statement saying not 100%, not all. See, when people predicate their statement is because they want their whatever they're going to say to be taken in the softest light possible. Some people don't have the need to predicate their statement. They just drop it like it is. And you may find that offensive because it doesn't cater to the sensibilities of some people. Is that what you're referring to?
I said tone,
Because
language, words, phrases, his ideology, the fact he advocated for DV. Yes.
he advocated for DV.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Explain that. Explain that.
When you advocate for, what do you call it? How did he just term it? How did he term the word about disciplining your wife? Right.
Right.
And then use Sean Connery as an example, which is still DV, whether it's a white man or a black man doing it. Then it ends up being you are beginning to now advocate for DV. To put your hands on your partner has got no scope in any relationship that we should be in romantic wise with a partner. So if you advocate for that and you promote that on YouTube, which is there, you can go watch the clips, you are promoting DV.
Okay. Now let me ask you let me ask you, when you saw that clip,
yes,
did you
sir.
find the curiosity to go and watch the show, or you just took your
It was on Lapeef Network. So it was on your network, actually. It was on the Lapeef Network.
That was a comment on the network. I'm saying, did you go and watch his show with regard to when he talked about that on his show?
No, it was on the Lapeef Network when he said it. So I watched that part of the show.
But when and what he said was what? That the woman and the man would make an agreement, and then when she's out of line, she would lay across his lap and he would spank her. Is not that what he said?
He did.
Okay.
And like I
So
said,
if a man and a woman come to an agreement on how she should be dealt with when she's out of line with that man and she submits herself to that, that is not DV, bro.
No, but you have to understand. Okay, this is beautiful. When we're talking about healthy relationships, right, between two people, when people are healthy, there is no way you are you a parent? Are you a father? Just want to ask.
I have two sons. How old are you?
Okay. Me, I'm 31. I'm still a young springing. I'm still a young springing.
Yeah, you are a young man, absolutely.
I got a lot to
Both
learn.
of my sons are older than you. The youngest one is going to be 33 next month.
Okay.
Continue.
By grace. But I would be hard pressed to have any father who would tell me they would be okay with their daughter coming to them saying they would agree that they've agreed with their husband that he can spank them on the bottom when she's out of line. I would be hard pressed to find any father who would agree to that symptom, because they would also understand from that position what kind of relationship are you actually in. This would not be considered a healthy relationship.
I would say this.
You know what I mean?
You would probably be hard pressed in the black community area that you come from to get that, because probably most of the men, they themselves have been abused by their women. That would probably be the likelihood. Matter of fact, Pink Book Lessons just dropped. Let me finish. Pink Book Lessons just dropped a video of an ex-military vet who his daughter flew from California to see him, and his wife has been literally abusing this man, stopping his daughter from calling and speaking to him. And when she came there, she literally had to come with the cops because you're not going to see him. She wouldn't allow her in the house. And when he tried to come out the house, she literally told him what he can and cannot do. And the cops had to check her. So when you're talking about DV, women practice DV more than men, because men take the hit because they can absorb the hit. So are you married, or are you in a relationship?
No, I'm not in one right now, no.
Have you ever lived with a woman? You're 31 years old. Have you ever lived with a woman?
No.
Huh?
No.
Why?
I just haven't lived with a woman. I've been in relationships, but I haven't lived with them.
Okay. So then you really don't know what a relationship is really like, because when you drop her home, whether you drive her home or she take a taxi home and you go to your house, you don't know what's going on in her life.
I don't think you can discredit my experience in relationship based upon the fact she's not
No,
living in my household.
I'm saying that
Especially
because
if
you'll
you're using
never
it to predicate your
listen,
argument earlier on.
listen.
I'm listening to you, but I'm saying you're
Listen.
trying to predicate an
Okay.
argument, and it's not the right way to predicate the argument. That would have no instance on what you're talking
Okay, so
about.
now you're
You
gonna
just
tell
gave me an
me
example of
how I should
DV.
speak?
I'm not telling you how to
See,
speak.
when I
You've done it
disagreed
to
with
me.
something, when I
You
disagree with something, I asked you to explain it. I didn't say you can't say it.
I didn't say you can't say it. I'm saying that you predicated my argument based upon something that you said, and I said that's not what I'm saying. I agree with you on DV, but you took it away from there. The DV situation,
No, I
I have
didn't.
not
No, I
disagreed that
didn't.
women
I
do this
said
DV.
black women. I said black women practice DV more than black men. That's what I
I mean, I
said.
don't have the
Then I
stats for
gave you.
that.
Then I gave you an example. Then I gave you an example of such of practice currently on a video from Pink Book Lessons that just dropped 2 days ago that you could go see. Now I'm going to go a step further.
Okay.
If you have never been married or lived with a woman long term, 2, 3, 4 years, you don't know what a relationship is really like. All you know is that you go to the store and you buy some candy, you take the wrapper and you throw it away. You don't buy the store, invest in it, and then you run the business. The woman, when a woman live with you, you're totally invested in her complete care, her health care, her finance, where she goes, how she dress, in terms of paying for what she wants, where she go on vacation, if she go with you or not. And what I'm trying to say is that when you if that woman that you live with, hypothetically speaking, because you have not, right?
Yeah.
Had behaved in a certain kind of way that you said, you know what? If this behavior continues, I'm going to leave you. And she goes, no, baby, don't leave me. I love you. I love you. I love you. But you got to stop. But she can't stop because why? Because she's been raised in an environment, either in her family or a surrounding environment, where she has this practice within her in the way in which she disrespect and abuse men, whether it's verbally or otherwise. And you are not going to tolerate with that. You're going to say, you know what? Here's my solution if you want me to stay. Every time you get out of line, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you over my leg and I'm going to give you 3 spanks. And she goes, you can spank me, daddy. Then what? If she agrees to you spanking her for her getting out of line, she knows she has a bad behavior and it needs to be checked and it needs to be controlled or reduced to a manageable state to keep the relationship healthy. And she's also acquiescing that she knows her behavior is bad, but she may not have the ability to do anything about it at present. And she may need your guidance to be able to do that as a leader.
So a light spank on her ass is going to change her behavior.
I didn't say spank on her arm. I said spank her on her butt.
Ass. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ass. I said ass.
Oh,
so a light spank on
okay,
the ass.
I'm sorry.
So that's right. That's okay. It's probably my English. But a light spank on the ass is going to change her behavior.
You know what changed behavior? When you bring it to people's attention and there's something that you take away from them for doing that, or you inflict upon them for doing that. It's not the amount of pain. It's the fact that they're recognizing how often that they're misbehaved, that no one had brought it to their attention before. See, I went to a Catholic school when I was young. And when the nuns catch you doing something bad, you know what they would do? They would give you a ruler and they would say, hit yourself. 10 licks, 20 licks, 30 licks, depending on how they wanted to distribute the punishment. Now, obviously, I'm not going to hit myself till my hands turn red. I'm going to hit it as soft as I can. But the point is, the purpose of it was to get you to be aware of your misbehavior so you can check yourself.
And what happens when the little spank on the ass no longer does what it needs to do? Where'd you go to next?
Well, obviously, it depends on what it is that she's doing to the degree that it bothers you in the relationship. Is this something that is a red flag? Is this something that is a border where, you know what, this gone too far can lead to the dissolution of the relationship? If it's something that is just an annoyance, it's different than if something that is a real problem. If it's a real problem to the sustainability of the relationship, at some point the man has got to walk away.
Okay. So do you believe
some
this is
men
good
are in
practice?
relationships with women that are extremely violent. Did you see that video the other day? I think it was with Blueface and his girlfriend.
Absolutely.
It's going around. This woman is totally violent.
Yep. Do you think a slap on her ass is going to work?
Of course not.
So what are
But
we?
different.
Why are we trying to?
We're talking because we're talking about women and men who are in married relationships, and to avoid leaving the relationship, how you can bring to the attention of the woman her misbehavior, because some women are not cognizant of their misbehavior because society allowed it for so long that when you come along and you're a man of standards and you check it, she's like, wait a minute, I don't do that. But then when you show it to her face every day or every couple of weeks, whatever, then she starts to realize, and she may start to see that, you know what, there's something bad in me that I don't like, and I need to change it because I got
And
a
I think
good
that's
man.
great. Why would you need to have to? Why would I need to spank you on the ass to do that? Like, I mean, my real question is this: is this something that you would advise your sons to do if they were to be married? I don't know
Depending
if
on
they're
the
married,
woman
but
you
would
got.
you?
Depending on the woman
advise?
you got, sure.
So you'd advise
I mean,
your
it
sons
depends
to
on what he
listen.
did for a living, right? It depends on what he did for a living and the agreement that he had. I would not tell a man to go out and put their hands on a woman in terms of hitting her like she would hit a
But
dude,
within the
or
marriage,
even
yeah,
punching her, right?
yeah.
Because I don't allow a woman to hit me two places, in my face or in my nuts. I've told every woman that I got into a relationship with, if you ever got mad at me and you feel the need that you want to put your hands on me, if you put your hands on my face, it's over. If you try to kick me in my nuts to prevent me from having kids with some other woman, if we don't last, that's a deal breaker. Those are red lines. I had one girlfriend that tried me on that. I called the cops. She got arrested. She spent a weekend in jail. And then the Monday I went to the DA and I said I didn't want to press charges. I don't play around with that. But what Kevin was saying was not about a man being violent with a woman, and you're taking it out of context and trying to apply it that way.
What woman is going to agree to be having an ass spank if she's already violent with you? This is my point. If a woman's already violent with you,
Have you ever looked at S&M? Have you ever looked at anything with S&M?
That is not what he was advocating for S&M. So I've looked at S&M, and that's not what they were advocating for.
But what you're saying is that what woman? The question was what woman would agree to it. The same thing can apply to what woman would agree to a man having a side chick.
S&M.
I've had two wives. I've had two wives in my life, and women have agreed to it. All right.
That's
so
fine.
You don't know what a woman will agree to if you never put the question to them, and because you have never lived with a woman, they're just things that you don't know about women.
I'm not saying there aren't people who wouldn't do like have two husbands, two wives, whatever that situation. But like I said, you shifted the goalpost to S&M, and the whole point was it wasn't S&M.
No, I didn't shift the goalpost. You said what woman would agree to it, and what I'm saying is, women have different mindsets than men. Some women will agree to certain things depending on the man that they're with. They may not agree to it with you, but they may agree to it with another man.
Do you see how this can escalate?
Do certain things. Say again.
Do you see how this can escalate though from that particular behavior? How it can quickly escalate? You don't see how it can escalate?
What you're saying is that because you do one thing, you'll do another. It's like people like to say because you smoke marijuana, you'll take heroin. That's not true. I've smoked marijuana since I was about 21 years old, and I don't take any hard drugs whatsoever.
But
the mere fact the need to go further. See, what you're implying is because you and a woman make an agreement that somehow he's going to get to like it, and then now he's going to want to punch you in the face.
No, I'm not saying he's going to like it. What I'm saying is, and I'll be very specific here, is if a person's, because the whole premise when you start is, I don't know if we can agree on this premise first of all, maybe so I don't miss your point as well, is that first of all when we started about the lady is already violent. That's what we're saying. It's not for women that are not violent. It's for women that are already a little bit violent. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. You brought up the fact that I asked you if you can talk about male content that you have seen in this space with regard to how black men move. And you cited Kevin Samuels, and you said you didn't like him or you didn't like his content because of some of the clips that you've seen. And I asked you, had you looked at any of his complete videos? You said yes. I don't know if it was 1. I don't know if it was 10. In any event, the one you cited was the one where when he was on the Lapeef Network, he talked about disciplining a woman and spanking her.
Yeah.
In an agreement between that woman and her either committed long-term relationship boyfriend or husband. Yeah. And you were the one that tried to spin that into DV as something that is criminal that men would go to jail for.
Yes. So So
Okay.
I didn't want to go that far, but I appreciate you summarizing it. So what I'm saying is, let's start at so we can just have a dialogue, and I appreciate your dialogue as well. So I appreciate your respect. Just at the point where we're talking about the type of woman engaging in this, right? So I thought I heard, and you can, that's why I said I wanted you to correct me. I thought I heard that the type of woman that they were talking about is that this woman's already being violent, and then in some respect, but if she's not being violent, so we're not saying that.
No one made
Okay, so we're not making an assumption. Okay, cool.
I didn't make
So,
that statement, and I didn't hear
okay, I
you make that
apologize.
statement. You just
Okay.
cited Kevin Samuels to bring a different point
Okay,
to the
I
conversation.
apologize then.
Right?
So
no one made that comment.
let's scrap that part. So this is just a normal woman in a relationship who then
Right.
obviously agrees with her partner that when she's out of line, she wants to be spanked.
Yes. You don't think there are relationships like that in the U.S. with black women, white women, Asian women,
For
Latino
discipline,
women?
not for sexual gratitude or pleasure. Let's take that out because that's not included. That's S&M.
Okay.
We're talking
Right.
about actual discipline in a relationship. So you feel that someone's doing something wrong, and both parties are agreeing that, you know what, when you come out of line, babe, I'm gonna spank you on the ass. And I'm saying that if that person already didn't have the behavior beforehand, what makes you think that slapping them on the ass is going to change that behavior? They're not a child, so this is not a child that's going to learn. This is an adult who already is set in their particular ways.
So then what you're saying is black women can't change.
I didn't say black women can't change.
No, you're saying that
you just added that. I didn't say that.
No, but you see a logical conclusion. If you follow a train of thought,
I could do the same thing to you about logical conclusion. That's not how you want
the
the
logical
argument to go.
conclusion is
I didn't make that.
if that person behaved that way already, and they came to an agreement that you could spank them, that spanking is not going to change the behavior. So if that spanking won't change the behavior, the conclusion is that black women with bad behavior can't change.
Well, the first thing was that this idea was actually propaganda from Sean Connery. So it's not just black women. So you can't put that on there. So I disagree with that statement in general.
I said in my earlier statement, I said black women, Asian women, white women, Latino women. Did you not hear me say that 2 minutes or a minute ago?
Even if you said that, the actual idea doesn't come from Kevin Samuels. It comes from him watching Sean Connery, who's not black, who's white. So it's not about black women not changing. So
no,
it doesn't.
It doesn't necessarily come from that. I'm
saying that's where he saw it from.
African cultures did it too.
But I'm saying that's where he saw it from.
No, he cited
Africa.
No,
he cited that's where he saw it.
No, he cited a source that were recent of a high value man that have done the very thing that he was citing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did. It doesn't necessarily mean he got the idea from him. You are making that illusion. That's not true.
Okay.
Because black men did it in Africa.
Africans who predicated first. Africans were the ones that started first.
I'm not saying that they did it first.
That's what I'm saying. So let's not make it black women can't change.
What I'm saying is that it goes back a long way.
Okay.
That's what
okay, that's fair. So again, I disagree with the statement of it being black women can't change.
Not a problem.
What I would say is
okay, but with regard to the topic today and the hypocrisy that I've shown, matter of fact, let me bring something else up. I want to add.
Please do, sir. Please do.
Sure. Give me one quick sec.
No way, sir.
Actually, let me kill that. Go to banner. One second, let me bring this. Okay, brand. Okay. Okay. Can you see this thumbnail?
Yes, I can. Yes, sir.
Okay. It says the hypocrisy of black women. And then I have the silhouette of 3 black women. One says, see no evil. The other says, hear no evil. The other says, speak no evil.
Yeah.
Black women, if you go on TikTok, you can find thousands, hundreds, if not thousands of clips of black women slandering black men.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet this black man killed his girlfriend in Colombia. and we haven't heard a peep out of them. See, if
Mhm.
they were about criticizing passport bros as a whole, they will criticize black men or slander black men, but they will also slander others who are doing it. But here's a white man who is accused and arrested for murder.
Mhm.
Took the woman's body and put it in a suitcase and was taking it out the dump somewhere.
Mhm.
But black women is like, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. They ain't got jack to say. This is the real hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Because they will call us pedophiles. They will call us human traffickers. They will call us sex, marketing or traveling for sex tourism. But when you have someone who is a passport bro and is white and kill a woman, mum's the word. See, it's not about pointing out the things that men who are traveling overseas and meeting women do. It's about discrediting black men. Because if they was about pointing all of it out, then they would pull this up and they will run him into the ground. But they're not. This is the hypocrisy of what I'm talking about. So the thousands of women that are on TikTok, black, white, or otherwise, they're not saying jack. And those who are on YouTube, they're not saying jack. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about just that one woman that was on Fox 2026 or any other just one woman. One woman, black or otherwise, or black woman to be specific. What I'm saying is that black women they're not speaking in a just manner. They speak on the things that they want to, that we're not even doing, labeling us as criminals. The Passport Bros is a community of men. SYSBM is a community of men. They literally can say this is a ring, a criminal enterprise ring trafficking women. But yet you have a white man goes out and kill a woman and they don't say nothing. Come on, man. If you don't see the hypocrisy there, what's going to cause you to see it? You tell me. Let me drop this down and we can get back to the conversation so I can look at you.
No way, sir. I appreciate
directly. Sure. This is the hypocrisy of the thumbnail. And that's what I'm talking about. What say you?
I would say you can easily make the critique that the men do the exact same thing. If you go on the right side of YouTube, go on the right side of that, you're going to see men bashing women. You're going to see men calling out women. You're going to see men doing the most heinous things as well.
We're talking about women who come to the Manosphere to attack Passport Bros. Because when Passport Bros are showing their videos, they're making what's called a comparison. Comparing women overseas and what you're liable to get in terms of beauty, fitness, agreeableness, the ability to cook and clean, having a general concern about the men that they're with, not being rude and disrespectful, versus what you're most likely to get in America. I'm not saying all black women behave that way. I said what you're most likely to get, right?
That's fair.
If you just was to stick your hand in a bunch of black women and pull one out, the chances are you're not going to get one like a foreign woman in Brazil, like a foreign woman in Dominican Republic, like a foreign woman in Colombia, like a foreign woman in the Philippines or other places. That's the comparison that's being made. And that comparison is being displayed to show black men in a black space. They're coming over here and then they're making lewd statements to slander black men. And your response to that was somewhere on the other side of YouTube, there are black women talking about black men, as opposed to answering the question. So when you answer a question with a question, that is a form of deflecting or obfuscation.
I didn't answer the question. I said the statement. They were under others because I was answering the premise
you didn't say yes. What you said was there are men on the other side of YouTube which are not part of the Manosphere that do attack and insult black women.
Yes. So that's not a question. It's a statement.
But that wasn't the question. That wasn't a question. You could You could have used that as part of your explanation, but you could have answered the question first. And every time I've answered a question, what you have done was flip it and say, well, men do this too, which is the same thing women say, by the way. Every time you get a woman cornered, the first thing out of their mouth is men do it too.
Yes, because both parties, and this is my issue. I have issues with both parties. And the reason why I started the conversation with yourself was we do general, and that's why I started with the whole generalization. Because
but
what
generalization
you just gave,
is necessary to make explain things.
I do understand that, but when it gets to a point where we are now between black men and black women, where we are now, right, where generalizations begin to harm, because what happens is people start making
who is the generalization harming? Who's the
both parties?
generalization?
Both parties have been harmed.
Okay, so earlier I made some references to the major media.
Yeah.
With the Oprah show, Ilana Van Zandt, and some other shows from the 80s and 90s as well, which were white women ran, but they were feminist nonetheless, which black women have supported and fully jumped on board with that. So they have been attacking black men for the past 50 years. But now because black men have YouTube where they can actually get evidence of their behavior and then spotlight it, you're saying both of us do it too.
And what I'm saying to you is, first and foremost, which actually goes back to my original point, was you just mentioned it. They were white woman led. So who has an interest in creating more division between the two parties?
Well,
see,
let me ask you this,
and maybe because I'm looking at
why do black women support these movements?
Why do black women support these movements? Well, I think if you give anybody a platform to air out their grievances, I think you're going to get both. I think you're going to get that kind of energy.
Okay.
That's the reason.
Now,
that's the reason why now we have.
Let's exchange.
Sorry. Apologies.
From the 80s, black women have been airing out their discontent with black men.
Yeah.
How long have black men had a public space where they can air their differences with black women?
I wouldn't even know. I don't know.
Take a while.
I would know.
Take a
I
while.
wouldn't say I would know.
You're 31 years old, so you've been an adult for a decade already. I don't know if you started observing things at that age, younger or recently. You give me your feedback.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I've watched. I don't know. Maybe because obviously I'm from the UK as well. So TV shows that I've watched, both men and women have been on the shows. So I don't know. I can't say a definitive number.
I'm asking you, how long have black men had a media space where they can express their grievances?
Well, if you're talking about public platform for it, you can say last few years. Let's say that. Let's just say that. I can't remember. I can't put my finger on anything else in there. So yeah.
Okay, I understand. So let's say for the past 8 to 10 years.
Okay.
So in the past 8 to 10 years, black men have been voicing their disdain for the way black women are moving.
Yeah.
And how they have been destroying the black man's image. Because, but for the past 50 plus years, black women have been doing that to black men.
Okay.
And black men are not trying to destroy black women images. They're saying, look, we want you to be better. We don't like the way you're moving. And these are the things that we see you doing. And see, in the past, one man talking to one woman, they could shut that down because that one woman got her mama, her auntie, her cousins, and her sisters. They shut you down right in the community. But now, because we have black women from all over the United States making videos, displaying their behavior, it's becoming harder and harder for them to say, oh, it's just that black woman. Where you find her at? How? We don't know these kind of black women. Now, more and more, the talking points that they used to do to shut black men down are no longer working because more and more the evidence of the generalization of how black women are moving in society is apparent. And when it becomes apparent, the arrogancy, for example, just a couple of weeks ago, Gabrielle Union, she came out and said because she made more money than her former husband, she deserved the right to cheat.
Yep.
But black women have been saying for age on end that a black man who is successful can't cheat or shouldn't cheat. And they want him to be perfectly loyal. But when the shoe flipped, it's cool for them. And that's the point I'm trying to bring out for you to see. But for whatever
Was
reason,
it cool? Like when I look at the
Again?
when I looked at the Instagram comments when that particular thing came out, there was a lot of jokes that were made, but there's a lot of women that made jokes and said, well, and were taking shots at what men said as a response when they see men saying they cheat on women or whatever. If you're online a lot enough, you'll see that both parties either try to rib each other and make jokes about the other party saying something or stereotypically saying something. When the Gabrielle Union thing came out, for basically, I'm gonna say it from where I was looking from my end of YouTube, I didn't see black women coming out saying, "Go Gabrielle Union, that's what we want to see." I didn't see that. I'll be honest with you, I didn't see that. I didn't really see that in the Insta comments either. So I don't agree that premise because I didn't see it. Do you know what I'm saying? And if we were to use that example, the other side is Kevin Samuel saying that men can exercise their options, and men agree with it, and so they can cheat on their partners, but they call it exercising options. It's like you're still cheating, bro. You know what I mean? But
So
you
let
know,
me
you
ask
might
you
call it
something.
exercising.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever
Yes,
cheated
sir.
on a woman in a relationship before?
Yep.
Okay, so you exercise your options, but other men who are more economically higher status than you shouldn't.
Oh, cheating was wrong. Cheating is wrong for me. Cheating is wrong. We can. I cannot agree to cheating being right at all. Sorry.
Okay, so let me put it a different way. If you made $250,000 a year and you had a girlfriend that you were with for 2 or 3 years, and you said to her, you know, baby, I want to get a second girl.
Mhm.
And she said, you guys go back and forth, and your argument went over. And she said, okay. Would that be cheating?
Well, I mean, if she agrees to that, then that's a different story, isn't it? It's a different type of relationship.
Okay, but what I'm saying, would it be cheating? That's a yes or no.
No. If you agree, if that's what you agree to, you said that he can have a second girlfriend, then
Right.
it's not cheating. If you fully agree to
Okay.
that, then
So
absolutely.
the main reason
Polygamous in a sense.
why many men cheat is because they don't have the balls to sit down and tell a woman they want another girlfriend. That's the only reason. See, I never suffered from that. When I wanted another girlfriend, I told my woman. And I told her at the beginning of the relationship that at some point I may decide to choose another woman. I may not, but if I do, I'm letting you know up front. So if you want to be with me, you can choose to be with me now, or you could bounce and I'll find somebody else. So the thing is that most black men don't move like I move. Some men do.
Okay.
I know
Wait,
quite a few.
is this your wife that you had this conversation with?
Say again?
Wait, is this your wife that you had a conversation with like this?
Well, I had a conversation with my wife, but I didn't do it with my wife. I did it after I was divorced from my wife. After I divorced my wife, I said I would never have one girlfriend again, never.
Okay,
And
so
that
then
stands true to today.
okay, so the girl that you said it to, are you married to her now as well?
I said I would. One, I said I would never marry again.
Sorry,
I will not
apologies.
marry
Okay.
again under the laws of any country, because
Okay.
right now the laws don't favor men unless you just like giving away money for the hell of it.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is that the cheating aspect of the society is because men are afraid to say what it is that they want. But men who are successful enough and got the right balls, they will tell the woman that.
Yeah, I agree.
And the woman can say yay or nay.
I agree.
But
Sorry,
most men don't have that kind of ability.
yeah, I actually agree with that point. I'm not gonna disregard that point. I just want to scoot back. Sorry, and then you don't have to answer this if it's your private life,
Yeah.
but it's intrigued me. So the person you actually married, you didn't ever give her the ultimatum about second girlfriend?
Well, it wasn't an ultimatum. It was an option.
Okay.
If we
Option,
were going to
okay.
get married, I told her that from the beginning because when we were getting married, I was already a Hebrew Israelite. So I told her, and I told her up front. I said, at some point, I may decide to choose a second wife. But I never chose one when I was with her because we were building a family, and I just didn't want to F her head up because I understand how women are emotionally, right? But she knew that going in, that if I decided to exercise that option anywhere in the marriage, that she had already agreed to that.
Mm.
Right.
So why did you not exercise it, if you don't mind me asking?
You know, the thing about exercising an option is there are two reasons a person will exercise an option. because they have a desire,
Okay.
or because there's an expiration. And I'm using an expiration from a financial standpoint. When
Okay.
you trade options, you have an expiration date where you have to sell it or you have to exercise the option to buy the underlying stock, right? So I calculate a lot of things from the investment world. So with
Okay.
regard to a woman, if my woman had got to the point in her behavior with me where she was using sex as a weapon to try to manipulate me in any way, and we had a conversation about that, and I said, look, this ain't going to work. If she continued to do that, I would have exercised the option. Absolutely. But my woman have never denied me sex. My wife or any other girlfriend I've had.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, there's certain things I will tell, but I mean, as it pertains to me, that's not really an issue. Right. Sure. That's not really an issue.
Okay,
And
so-
part of the reason why I have this, when I speak on this channel and I divulge some of the things about my own life, is because I want to let men know that if you are able to tell a woman what you want,
the truth,
you'll
yeah,
be
I agree
surprised
with
what she'll give you. Because when I
agree.
the other girlfriend, after I left my wife, when I chose a second wife, when I told her I wanted her to be my second wife, she took it like a champ. And then Monday, she usually will contact me and buy me breakfast. She didn't buy me breakfast. So I took some time off from work and I went to see her. And I asked her, I said, hey, what happened? She says, well, I was taking some time to think about what you told me over the weekend. I said, well, what did you think about? She says, well, I talked to my mom about it. I talked to both of my aunts about it. And my aunt says, if the man is going to come to you and tell you honestly what he wants, if you think you could deal with that man, then do it. At least he's coming up front. See, the thing is that black women, or women in general, but I'm going to use black women specifically because I'm a black man and I prefer black women, right? Black women want to be able to hold something over black men's head. And the easiest way is to make him guilty of a behavior. And because most black men don't have the courage to say what they want, what they do is they placate the woman by saying one thing and then doing something else on the sneak. I don't have to sneak.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you sneak and you get caught, now she has something she could dangle over you.
Mm-hmm.
And not only does she dangle it over one man, have you ever heard black women say all men are dogs?
Yeah, I've heard all types of women say that, but yeah, I've heard black women specifically, yeah.
I'm asking you about black women. See how every time you give an answer, you never give a straight answer?
There's a reason why. Because your question leads, and I don't like where it leads.
Hold on.
That's why.
I specifically says black woman because I prefer black women in relationships, right?
I agree.
And then I asked you clearly about black women, and the first thing you said was other women do it too.
I'm conscious of the message that I promote, though. So whilst I agree with your premise, I'm also very much aware that other people are watching me, and I want to promote a certain message. So if I say that, there's a reason why. It's because I want a specific message.
But why are you so concerned about other cultures? See, when I'm speaking about black men,
I'm concerned about the message that I give.
I'm concerned about black men and black women. But you're using non-black people to nullify a statement.
Because because what happens, and that's why I started with the whole conversation again. We're going back to that very first point, because what happens is when we talk in these particular parallels, or at least in these corridors where we talk, what happens is people view that and then they take it on in a particular way. So I'm being very careful what message I deliver.
What kind of you talking? Okay, good.
Our people, let's say black people take it in a particular way, black men and black women. So I'm being very careful because I don't want that message. What you're saying, I agree with it to a point, but I want to make it very clear. I distance myself when it comes to certain things, because what you're saying is a general thing. I've heard all women say men are dogs. I've heard them say men are trash. You know what I mean? It's on all sides. So I'm being very careful that when I deliver a message, I want to make it know that, hey, I've heard on all sides.
But we're talking, how many relationships have you had with white women or non-black women?
Actual relation, non-black, none.
I've
never dated.
So how can you speak to what other nationalities of ethnic group people do or say?
No, you just said, have you heard a woman say men are dogs? And I said, yes.
No, I didn't say. I said, have you heard black women tell a black man, or have you heard black women say all men are dogs? And then you say not only. Okay, see, that's the answer I was looking for, and you could have explained it further. But what I'm saying is that you never give a complete straight answer. You immediately sidestep the question to soften your response so everybody like you. See, you as a man, you want to be liked. And if you want to be liked, you'll never be a strong man, bro. because
No,
you
no, no.
got to
You can't
come
tell me
down
what a
on
man
one
I
side
am.
or the other and stand up straight.
No, no,
All
no.
you're
I'm very
doing is
straight.
sidestepping every question to soften it so people don't think that you're this way or that way. You want to be perceived as a likable guy. I don't give a shit who likes me. If it's factual and it's true and they say it, I'm going to tell you to your face.
If you ever
See,
leave a
that's why when you
statement,
tell black women that they're fat, they have a problem. But if I'm looking at you and you're 300 pounds, there's no other word that appropriately describe what I'm looking at. And if you're so concerned about the sensibilities of people, you'll never be able to really help them, because the first thing you have to do in any psychological treatment, you have to first admit that there's a problem, which means whoever the psychologist is have to be able to boldly tell the person, you got a problem. This is your problem. This is how I identify it. These are the steps that we're going to take to try to rid you of that situation. It may take you 6 months or it may take a year of counseling, but you first must get them to admit that there is an issue. The thing is you are tiptoeing around things because you don't want to come straight. And when you
it's not that I
do
don't want to
that,
come straight.
it's the very thing that Kevin Samuels was good at. He was extreme. He was surgical. He
It's not that I
came
want to
very
come
straight.
It's not that I
Hold on
want to
one
come
second. Hold on
straight.
one second. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
I just want to shout
Sorry,
out
apologies. Yeah.
Sir Chai 87 for the $2 super chat. Stella got a groove back, inspired Passport Bros. But Stella got a groove back, inspired initially Passport Hoes, because we see the video of what they doing overseas. See, there's a big difference on how black men are moving overseas. Black men are going overseas because they want to find wives. If you're 23 years old or 25 years old, you're not economically at the space yet where you want to take on the responsibility of a wife, children, home, insurance, and all the healthcare and all the things that it takes to provide for a family. So you're meeting women, having relations with women until you get to the point where you'll say, okay, I'm 32, I'm 33, I'm 35. My income is looking good. I'm way on track on my 50% on track or 70% on track in my career, growing, and I can see how it's going to get better year by year. Now I'm in a position where I can look for a wife.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, men who know they want a wife and are ready to take a wife, they pull the trigger, bro. They don't bullshit around. And the thing is that some men, because they have not been able to find the kind of woman that would be a wife to them in the United States, because many women in the United States, if you want her to be a wife and you're 35 or 40 years old, you're going to get a woman with children. And the women without children, older women in their 30s or 40s, are going to shame you for wanting to get a woman in her 20s. Whereas outside the United States, there's no other culture that operates that way. Whether you're in China, whether you're in the Middle East, whether you're in parts of Europe, Eastern Europe, the Western ideology is a female-run gynocracy by white women, and now black women also. And black women joined them because they wanted the power. And they got the power. And they've been executing that power for a long time. And now black men are pushing back. We have a space where we can voice our concerns, where we can show their behavior. We're not slandering them. We're putting the evidence to their face. They're slandering us. And they've been slandering us, calling us down low, telling us all of us are in jail. We can't have a job. We don't even have a bank account. They said that about a lot of black men. They call you educated lames because you don't have a silver tongue like the guy that's, the Pookie and the Ray Ray around the way. Because you're educated and you're smart and you own a business. For some reason, that means you don't know how to have good sex. You're a 3-minute man, stuff like that. They say all these things and have been saying it for decades. And now, because of social media, black men are spotlighting their actual behavior, not their assumed behavior upon us, their actual behavior. And when we do that, people are saying that we're throwing hate. They say, well, if you want to leave, don't say nothing. Just quietly bow your head. Don't say nothing and jump on a plane and leave. But you know what? Just like how 54% of black men don't have children and are single, if the majority of high-profile brothers who got money left the United States and took women overseas, you know what the talking points among women would be? Why didn't you tell us? We could have changed. We could have become the woman you wanted. See, if we don't say nothing, they're going to have a spin if we just bounce. if we say something when we're bouncing, they're gonna be like, shut the hell up. You don't need to tell us how much fun you're having and how better those other women are. Because why? Because they broke. Well, if you're not broke, why are you asking a guy to pay all your bills? If you're not broke, why you need a high value man that makes over $120,000 a year? See, the same thing that they're accusing the foreign women of is who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And in some cases, some of these women in foreign countries live better lives. They eat better and they're healthier overall because their country's economics, GDP, is not at the same level or similar level competitively as the United States. Doesn't necessarily mean because your income is different that they're necessarily just poverty stricken. There are areas where there's poverty. There are areas in America there's poverty, significant poverty. And when you speak of poverty, Black people suffer most from poverty in the United States. So they should be the last one to be insulting foreign women because those women are choosing a man that they say that they don't want. They say these men ain't got no game. They ain't got no money. Their sex ain't good. We don't like you anyway. But then when they leave and they show themselves with other women, whether they're Black, Latinos, or otherwise, then they rib them, then they insult them, then they slander them. Those are shaming tactics. Those are not tactics to say, hey, I want to have a better relationship with Black men. I need to be listening more to what these men are saying in this space. No, they're not coming over here to be better. They're coming over here to shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference. We're not trying to shut them down. Black men don't go over into Black women's spaces and holler at them and disrespect them. We just have our own space where we can speak what we want to speak and address the issues we want to address.
Mm-hmm.
Bad blood, you're going to need to cam up if you're going to come up. I'm not letting anyone up unless you're on camera. So these are the things that I want us as men to be aware of. That once you become a man, number one, you don't owe nobody no explanation, particularly if you're not doing anything illegal. And if you are and you get caught, the only person you got to make your case to is the jury and the judge. And if you fail to do that accurately, you're going to pay a price, right?
Mm.
So as a man, we just have to walk differently. And I'm trying to inform men that say what you want. And if the woman ain't down, kick it to the curb and move on. And if you can't find one that you like here, bounce. Because they're going to insult you going out the door anyway. If you leave, they're going to insult you. If you don't leave, they're going to rib you and criticize you. So damn if you do or damn if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to point out the hypocrisy today because the major hypocrisy today is that Black women are mum's the word when it comes to white passport bros who are deleting women. And they're calling Black men pedophiles. They're calling Black men traffickers of young girls.
I agree with that point. Mm-hmm.
And that is to tarnish the Black man's image. And if a Black man gets deleted overseas, they don't care.
Mm.
They don't care. Because if they and the good Black women, where are the good Black women that are fighting against this narrative to Black women who are saying it? There are a handful, 1, 2, or 3 Black women who are in this space who are supportive in general towards Black men. But you don't see them in the hundreds. And you don't see them on panels, Black women against Black women, checking Black women. Shahrazad Ali says, the only woman that have never been checked in the United States is the Black woman, the American Black woman. Do you think that is an accurate statement, or is that a false statement by her? What's your thought?
Well, she says American Black, so I would not be able to say I'm British. But if she said,
you're British Black, okay.
Yeah, I'm British Black. Yeah,
but you have inserted yourself into the space.
Yes. So if I was to answer a straight question, I would say I don't know if I agree with that particular statement.
So an elder who is a Black woman herself,
yeah,
speaking about other Black women's behavior, that matter of fact, when she made that statement was back in the 1980s, 86, 88, somewhere around that time, because I bought her book at the time, by the way.
Mm.
So a black woman who is highly respected in Black America, she could come
Absolutely.
out and say something about black women that they need to improve themselves. You who are a visitor, you won't even acquiesce and say, you know what? I would give validity to that statement because I'm observing, even though I'm new, I'm observing a lot of the behavior in which some black women are behaving. And what she
Mhm.
says kind of points it out, kind of show itself in some of these women's behavior. And you can make that analysis, but at the same time, you would say, nah, I can't really say that. I can't give it. And see, this is part
I
of the
think because I've
problem.
seen different. It's because I've seen different, and obviously because I have my own YouTube channel, I speak to women, I speak to men, and obviously I have a different opinion to that. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, I respect Shahad as Ali. Shahad Ali.
Shahrazad.
Sorry, Shahrazad Ali.
Shahrazad, yeah.
I respect the fact she has that opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not
But in
saying
your
that woman.
experience, you have not seen it to be accurate.
And again, I'm new to the block, so maybe that's what it. But I do remember even Anyala came out and said that that
She
some
said it too,
black
right?
women, yeah, she said it too as well. So there is some
Did you see?
validity
Did
to
you
the
see the
point.
show? Did you see the show that went? I think it went viral in this space where this black woman that this man was married to, she accused her husband of basically sodomizing her daughters, his daughters, and he went
I
through
don't know about
25 years of that, dealing with that issue. And then when she had them on the show with the daughters, it took her almost the whole show for her to admit what she did.
Oh yes,
That it was
sorry,
wrong.
yes, yeah.
And the daughters sided with the father, saying that that never happened.
Hmm.
So my point is that even when black women point out other black women's behavior, black women who are seniors in our space, in
Mhm.
our community, who cite and criticize the majority of how black women, I'm sorry, have been behaving in their relationship with black men. Even when those women come out and say something, you caveat their statement without being openly direct. And you say, well, I'm new to the space, I don't know. But you have said a lot of things that are pro black women from America. But when black women are criticized, then you're like, I can't really say that. I don't really know. I'm kind of new. This is part of the problem. And hopefully as you get older and more mature and you grow in this space, and maybe if you get married, particularly if you get a good wife and you have friends who may not be so fortunate, you may be able to have real interactions or experience from those things. The problem is when you use anecdote individuals, 1, 2, 3, or 4 individuals, people could always negate that. That's why it's important to be able to speak in the generalities, because in the generalities, it cuts a larger swath of a group member to speak about where there's a problem. Because if you can only say, well, my experience or your particular experience, then people could regulate it and say, well, that's just you guys. It's not really like that for everybody else. But then when you can see it on a broader scale and you can reference it in a generalized way, then you can realize it's a bigger problem that exists than not. Because if it wasn't a big problem and brothers was able to find good wives, find women that were single without 2 and 3 kids by other men, multiple men that have never been married. And then likewise, you could see women who are in good relationships that apparently for us, it looks good. Then boom, out of nowhere, they divorce the man and take or request a whole lot of money. Like men are saying, wait a minute. I can't say nothing, but you could just come in here and take whatever you want. I have to take you with multiple kids from other men, but I can't discipline those kids, but I have to pay for their whole life. And then if we get divorced, because I was your husband and I was a father figure to those children, you could literally take me to court and have me pay child support for kids that are not mine.
Mhm.
And I think these are real issues that men are speaking about. But when men bring these issues to the fore, women say we're shaming and we're bashing.
Mhm.
All right. Let me, if you want to respond, you could do so. Just give me a second. I want to bring up this other
That's fine,
super
sir.
chat.
That's fine.
Prophecy, the Savior, $5 chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. The Filipino P did a video on the bashing of Passport Bros. Where was he? Where was he? Where was he when we were being bashed? Absolutely. Well, the thing is, people see sometimes things and they don't always process information the same way. So it's not to say Prophecy the Savior that he haven't seen it. He may just not have processed the information the same way. That's why I don't leave myself responsible for how people interpret my content and what I say, because sometimes they just may not be on the level to process it at that time, at the present time. 5 years from now, when they have more experience in life, they may look back at this video and say, yeah, I got what he was talking about now. So I allow people that latitude to have a difference of opinion, and I don't mind that, right? So respectfully, go ahead. I'm not sure if you Little Black Book, if you want to respond to anything I said, please go right ahead.
That's no problem at all. So I think what's and I agree with a lot of your points, by the way. So this is I've done several videos just recently, or 2 or 3 videos actually supporting the Passport Bros and explaining where I actually agree with them. I have no problem with Passport Bros going overseas, finding women. It makes economical sense for me for someone to do that. I'm not against it at all. I think my argument here was never about Passport Bros, because I actually don't have a problem with Passport Bros. If you want to go overseas and get a woman, as for me, it makes economical sense. You know, if my buck goes further, I live like a king, I can get more out of my buck. That's going to encourage women to come. We understand how women operate when it comes to security and finances. That's not an issue for me. It's economical sense in dating.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you or have you ever invested in stocks or even Bitcoin or anything like that?
Not Bitcoin, but stocks. If you talk investment shares, you can do 1 or 2 of those. Yeah, through banking. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you buy the stocks when they're at their highest price, or do you buy it when it's at a lower price or a mid-range price?
I mean, it depends on what strategy you go with, but yeah, me personally, I would buy it low.
Okay. And that's the strategy most people would take if they're investing.
Yeah.
Which, like many people say, marriage is a business. I would say, if anything, marriage is an investment, right? Because it's supposed to be a long-term thing. You're looking to build legacy and wealth. You want to have children that you can pass the wealth down to. And you also want to instill in them certain character development so they can be good contributors to society as well. So if a man is going overseas to find a woman that will give him a higher value of return, wouldn't that be a smart investment? As opposed to getting a woman that is giving you less and you have to pay more.
I would agree.
Okay. And I'm not saying that, and you made it clear that you don't disagree on the principle of Passport Bros, but that wasn't really, it was a contrast. The contrast that I'm really trying to look at is the hypocrisy and really the way in which Black women deal with Passport Bros who are Black versus Passport Bros who are white. When it's white, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. When it's Black, whether we do evil or not, we're evil. And so that's the hypocrisy that I really wanted to address, right?
And I think where I missed you. Oh, sorry, you do your thing.
No, go ahead. I'll let you finish your train of thought.
No, I was going to say, I think where I missed you in the conversation where we're going, and I really appreciate the dialogue, by the way, as well. I think I missed you because I was addressing my own premise in the sense of like I tried to bring both sides together. You know what I mean? I'm always trying to bring both sides together, and I think I was addressing that rather than addressing the actual statement of what you're actually trying to actually say, which is the hypocrisy behind it, which I do actually agree. There is something and that I think that's because I was addressing that aspect. I was missing your specific point, which is you're talking about the fact that there has been hypocrisy on that side. And I would actually agree with you. From what I've seen and what I've seen the comments, there is a hypocrisy because I haven't seen them talk about the white males coming over, and the white males were there before we even got over there to do what they were doing. So I actually do agree with that.
Absolutely. They have decades long history, right? So absolutely. And I always try to give room and on my platform here for brothers to to come to a conclusion on their own. I don't, because someone different with me from a perspective that I may be pushing or citing, I don't make them feel guilty for having their perspective. I just show the contrary, the difference. all right, or the comparison. Tahuti, Ra. Solid conversation, Sage. Black men just want options. Nice, appreciative treatment in a visual, appealing package. And that's true. Like most black men, their list of what they would want from a woman probably wouldn't even go beyond 5 things. That she's attractive, that she manage her weight, that she speak with him or deal with him respectfully, that she's able to take care of the home, and that she's kind towards him. Beyond that, most black men are not going to go much further. I mean, sure, there are other men that may want more things, but the general things that most black men would want is probably fall in between there somewhere. But women have a laundry list of things that they require from men. And ironically, the older they get with more baggage, they want more. That's why Kevin used to ask the question, name me the product with use and time become more valuable. And women didn't like that because they think because now I'm 37 and I know more about life that I'm more valuable than a woman that's 23. No, what you have is more damage. That's what you have. If you've been in abusive relationships, even if no one put their hands on you, but the fact that you've been with a man for 2-3 years and the relationship broke up and you went about your way and he went about his way, and you've had to do that time and a time and a time again. And in some spaces, you invested emotions and you weren't able to get the outcome that you wanted for whatever reason. Reason could be the man, reason could be the woman. The point is, by the time you come to, excuse me one second. By the time you get in your mid to late 30s, you're damaged. And some men don't want to deal with that. It's like, I remember I was introduced to this girl, right? She lived overseas. And we were talking. And, we were having, for about a month or so, things were going well. And so I was going to, pay for her to come to the U.S. and for us to get to know each other better. And in the month-long conversation, at one point, she said to me that she was abused as a child. And it started when she was 8 and it went on till she was 14. And then I asked her, well, how did you deal with that? And she said, for about 10 years or more, she became very promiscuous. At that point, I pulled back on our conversations. And I didn't really want to get with her like that anymore. See, because I made the decision that I'm not going to deal with a woman with that kind of emotional baggage. The problem is because when you have a vice, a crutch that you use to support yourself when you're weak, when you're feeling out of sorts, you revert back to your crutch.
I agree.
If her and I get into a relationship, when things are not going right and we're having problems, she's going to do what she's always done.
Yeah.
And I'm not your psychologist. So I knew from the jump I was not going to deal with that. So I cut her loose. Okay. Right? But what Dr. Umar and other black men in the black community are saying, take her with her damage. Fix her up. Do the renovation that you need to do to fix her up. Black men are like, get out of here, man. I'm not going to waste my time doing that.
Agree.
It's a waste of time. She broke herself because she wanted to. She wanted to flex and move in the world like white women told her to move, or the society told them to move. They did what they wanted to do without any pushback from black men. Or when we push back and say we didn't want this or we didn't like this, they shut us down. So now that you're dealing with the outcome of your behavior, black women, like most women, are deflecting. They're saying, well, it was society. Well, it was media. Well, no. All of us are in the society. And a lot of black men aren't paying into that. Many women aren't paying into that. Because we say all the time, there are good black women and other nationalities of good women in the society. But the pressure is hard. And the majority of our women move in a certain way that they don't give a shit about what a black man thinks. If you check your woman and say, hey, baby, you're going out to, maybe you're going to some gala at the Museum of Art on Fifth Avenue and 86th Street or somewhere over there, right? And she want to put on some outfit to make her look like a hoochie mama. And she's just like, nah, you can't wear that. She going to tell you can't tell her what to wear. And you could come back up, Henry. I saw you. I was about to bring you up, but I just wanted to finish a train of thought. So come on back up if you wanted to make a point. But you see, the thing is that even in long-term relationships, married or not, when a black man give a critique to a black woman, his woman, she don't want to listen. And she's got the support of the black women in the community to support her, whether it's her mother, whether it's the man's mother, whether it's her aunts, sisters, cousins. There's a slew of women who will come to the aid of that woman to check the black man and say, you can't tell her what to do. And that's problematic because overseas, women understand that men are leaders and men will tell you what you can and cannot do in certain instances. He's not trying to be a ravening wolf in a relationship or roaring like a lion. You know, the best safety measure for a man with a woman is to avoid the confrontation. But in most cases, a black woman wants to see the confrontation because she wants to see you beat somebody up. And that's a problem. We see a lot of that. We see mothers getting their sons deleted because they come to their children and throw on them all this emotional damage of how they perceive they may have been disrespected. A woman should not go to her son for a son to try to delete somebody or delete somebody.
I agree.
If she don't have a husband, she can deal with it. Nobody put hands on you. You said words, they said words. Walk away, leave it be. But no, they got to get the last lick in. So they will they'll call one of their Pookie boyfriends, Ray boyfriends, or their sons, if they have one that is of age that she believed that can render some damage.
I mean, I don't think that's a regular.
Say again?
I wouldn't say that's a regular. I think we're talking about specific instances where this does happen. I agree that this does happen.
I will say this: you haven't grown up in the United States, so you can't really say that because I grew up in the United States and I can say that, and I've seen it since I was a young man. I've lived in Brooklyn. I've lived in Manhattan. I have friends that lives in the Bronx, Queens, and it happens throughout our community. I can't speak for other cities. But one of the things is that black communities are very typical throughout the United States in many ways.
Mm. So there's this same behavior where people do stuff that is mad and we generalize it. Is that the same for men as well? Black men? Would you say the same is?
Of course. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. See, the thing is, though, the black men who have that behavior, most of them are not in this space. The Pookies and the Ray Rays are not really in here.
In this space or in the Manosphere space?
The Manosphere space primarily. The guys that are in the Manosphere space, they're not really Pookies and Ray Rays. They're simps. They're betas. They're men that don't have experience, that are in your age bracket, latter millennials that don't have experience with women. And they will do anything to get the attention. Thank you very much. To get the attention from a black woman. And whatever they have to do, they'll do it because they think that puts them one rung higher to be able to get that woman when that woman is just playing him and using him or keeping him there ready for the time when they need to pull their parachute and jump and leave the Pookie and Ray Rays. Then they have you as a security blanket, right? And black men are starting to say, I don't want to be a security blanket. I don't want to be second. I want to be first.
So shouldn't also then the accountability be on, like I think you've been saying, then on our choices, like you're saying. So that's what Passport Bros are doing. They're taking accountability and going overseas, right? And choosing different women.
Well, I'm not saying they're taking account. I don't say they're taking accountability. They're weighing their options of choice.
Okay.
And they're saying because men are so logical in more ways than not, than they're emotional, they can make an evaluation and see if one deal is better than another deal. I could buy a rotten tomato or a bag of rotten tomatoes for $10 a pound, or I could buy fresh tomatoes for $3 a pound. Which is the better deal? And what so many simp like-minded black men want other black men to do is buy the 3 pounds of tomatoes or the 10 pounds of tomatoes for $10 or whatever my analogy was just now. They want you to spend the $10 for a couple of pounds of tomatoes as opposed to $3 for the same couple of pounds of tomatoes, fresh as opposed to bruised. And if you stay here in America, you take rotten tomatoes and you'll like it. How dare you go overseas and get fresh tomatoes? You're not allowed to do that. And that's the whole deal. Let me read the super chat and then I'll bring up Flex Henry. I saw your back. I guess you're driving, so you might have dropped connection. Blackest Panther. Thanks for the $10 super chat. I appreciate the discussion, but are there solutions? Black women keep saying they don't need men. Their daughters see this and turn men away. Their sons see this and abandon the women around them. Solutions. Let me tell you something. I learned something about people from a very young age from the state of New York. People respond to two things in life: pain and money. Those are the two things that makes people respond. In New York City, you double park your car in the downtown district, they snatch your car, it's $750 ticket, towing fees, a whole bunch of shit to go with it. You'll pay at least $1,500 to get your car back on the first offense. The second offense, you get 2 points on your license, 3 points, you lose your insurance. They know how to make people change their behavior. They hit them in the pockets. You know the best way to get black women to change their behavior? Give them no options. The men that they want bounce, and when there's nothing but the pookies for them to choose from, and there's nobody to pick up the slack after 35 and 45, then there starts, well, they might not change their behavior, but their daughters or granddaughters will have to change their behavior if they want a better outcome. Because black men, as they grow and become young men, they're going to be like, nah, I don't have to be here in the United States. So the men of value, when they leave, one or two things going to happen. The black community is just going to, it's going to just totally tank and become a cesspool, or there's going to be real change. Black women are going to have to acquiesce and say, you know what, we were wrong. We made a mistake. Not one, not two, not three, millions. They're going to have to get on TV and say it publicly. They're going to have to eat that L. Have the shame of bad decision making, of slandering black men for decades. Admit to what they did, that it was deliberate, not that, oh, we both did it. No, you did it. Because once a black man gets it in his mindset that I could do what I want, I don't need to listen to her. See, that's been the problem. Black men have been trained so much to obey their mama that when they see a black woman, they automatically assume that because she's a black woman, she's like your woman, so I don't want to disrespect her because I'm disrespecting my mama. No, you're not. But that's the guilt game that they play on us so often. But once that no longer works and you have declawed the tiger, she can't scratch you no more. And that's the problem that's going on right now. Let me bring up, let me see. Okay, I read that already. Let me take that down. Flex Henry, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you, my brother. Okay, talk to me. What's your comment with regard to the topic?
I would just like to explain to the brother I'm all right is that there's a little bit of because he's watching from afar. I didn't know he was not from the United States, and there's a different dynamic that is present that you don't really get when you're overseas and you're on the outside looking in. Black men historically in the United States have never had a problem with black women working, rising to prominence. If you look, ever since slavery, we've always had to stick together and work together. Any old movies that you watch from the 1910s and 1920s, you see black women working, nursing kids, working in homes, cleaning up, and then you see the black man going to do construction or the buses or whatever he does. We've always had to work together. There's always this dynamic. Then, towards the end of civil rights and Jim Crow, welfare is introduced, Section 8 is introduced, women partake in the workforce more is introduced. Then you start hearing the rhetoric of women not needing men, black women not needing black men. Then the late 90s, Beyonce, single ladies, bills, bills, bills. I don't want no scrubs. Then that accelerates and that snowballs downhill, avalanche style, into what we have now. Black women and black men never had this feminism problem until maybe the last 10 years. It's really gotten out of control because a lot of black women have adopted white women's ideology. It's been said that a lot of black women are being used as the pit bull to be the face of feminism when they're really adopting white women talking to. And so now, where black men have never had a problem with their women working, they've always gotten that respect at home. But now the women works and makes the money, they're not giving the men the same respect at home as the grandmothers gave, as the great grandmothers gave. So now it's like, all right, not only are we not going to respect you, now you need to get out here and do more. They want more, like Mr. Lee said. They're asking for more, they want more, but they're not necessarily producing more. And 9 times out of 10, you're getting a worse product. The women nowadays don't cook. I know more men that can cook better than women know how to cook better than men. I trust men cooking more than I trust women. That's a problem. Men are more clean than women. You don't understand before I was married how many women's houses I've been to, and it was just filthy. You didn't even want to take off your shoes. And then you go over to your friend's house, they keep it together because they know they got women coming. You know you got women coming in and out, so their house or apartment is always going to be clean, or it's going to be at least 5 minutes from being clean. So you have that dynamic. And the second dynamic, which is the most important one, is a lot of these single mothers would use the men that are going overseas to find love as their fail-safe when they have kids and they messed up and they realize they can't get the men that they want. They'd have these men to fall back on. But these men that they would use to fall back on are leaving the country. So when you see these men online, you're like, okay, why are these women complaining? These aren't the black men that they would genuinely choose. And that is correct. They wait till they're 30 or 35 years old to choose those men because they know those men have great jobs. Those men are stable. But now they can't fall back on those men to raise their kids, to help pull them out of their situation because those men are now leaving. So now they're going to really be on their own. And now here in the United States, there's a lot of rental places aren't even accepting Section 8. So now it's really getting cold. They see these guys that they normally wouldn't talk to, that they're going to wait until late in life to be like, all right, now I'll give you a chance. Well, now there's no men to give a chance to because they're all gone. There you have it.
Anything you want to respond to that?
I actually agree with a lot of what he's actually said because I've heard similar, and that's from both women and men actually. To be fair, I think this is where I was kind of hitting out earlier on. Then who is your enemy? And I think because I'm a strategist of war, that's what I like. I like war, so I like those kind of things, right? So each time I keep hearing similar to what we spoke about earlier, we spoke about black women attacking black men on the media. And I said, but who runs your media? He said, white women. You've mentioned here, feminism, white feminism. And I'm saying, and in my mind, I'm like, if I keep going at the black woman, I'm doing exactly what the white woman, if going by what you guys have said, is telling me to do. They want division between us two. And I'm saying, I think there's a better way, right? I think the better way here, and again, not everyone's going to listen. So I understand that some people are going to be left behind. You know what I mean? But I think the better way here is that how can someone believe if they've never been preached to? And I think there's a need for education, but education in the right way. If I'm slapping you and trying to educate you, you're not gonna take up the message I need to give you. There's a way to deliver key content so that it's received from the other party. And that's my key thing, because we can say the same. I can guarantee I can say the same talking points. If I say it in a different way, someone else will receive it. You can say it in a different way to me, and our audience will receive it in a different way, and they'll take it. So delivery when we're delivering content is key. And I'm saying that whenever we deliver this content, I'm agreeing with you guys. There's a lot of points I actually agree with. I don't disagree with a lot of the points you're saying, right? Everything that our brother just preached here, I actually agree with. So, but if that is the factual truth, how do we get that to the other party? So it's not a fight between me and the other person, because we're having fights. And when we're having fights, the actual enemy is getting away with it. Because it's not me. You know what I mean? Yeah, sorry, sir. Go for it.
Everything that I just said. You see that comment, Mr. Lee? Have you read that comment yet?
Which one? The one I put up?
Yeah.
Or previous?
This one by No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't read it yet. He mad at his mommy. Got it.
All right. You see now everything that I just said. No argument, no ridicule, no vitriol in my voice, but that is the type of reactions we get. But to answer her, my parents are married. I love my mother. I have no problem with my mother. I wish her mother was still married to her father like my parents are, because then she would be able to speak on these issues. With no hate. I love my mother. I just don't love my mother more than I love my father. I love them both equally because they have both done for me equally. And I hope and wish that you probably would have the same experience, but the data would prove that you don't. And that's why you can super chat these little shots that aren't true, of course, because like my parents have been married before me and they've been married for 42 years now. Sorry, miss, that's not gonna work. You can't shame me.
And the truth is that, and I think what you're not really seeing is that when you say it's a war, the war have always been one-sided. They have been attacking us. Black men have taken in silence for decades.
Mm-hmm.
So black men are not even at war with black women. Black men are just saying, we want you to be better. Can you lose some weight? Can you not have 4 or 5 kids by 3 different dudes? Can you not have all these tattoos and sleeves all over your body, on your eyelids and on your face? Could you just not be a stripper? Can you not be on OnlyFans? Black men are just asking black women to be better women.
Mm.
We're not at war with them, but they have been at war with us. But to go back further, when you talk about the white women or the white men that run the society, in every society, there's some government that's running it, and there are people who are higher than others. How is it that black women chose to join the enemy as opposed to staying with their men? Why are you not asking that question instead of blaming the white man and the white woman? See, if she would have stayed with us, half of the problems we have that we wouldn't have. And then we will be a stronger community, because in the 60s and beyond, we were married at 80% clip. So when they came to attack the unity of the black family, it was the black woman that took the bait, not the black man. Mm-hmm. So you have, as a strategist, if you're a military guy, as you say, you should see who drew first blood.
Mm-hmm.
But to pivot on what Flex Henry said with regard to Nono's comment, now I don't know if Nono is actually a female or not. You know, I don't always go by the image that I see in these thumbnails, unless you come up on the panel and I can see who you are. I don't really pay too much attention to those things. Okay. But she made another comment that I thought was interesting. She was speaking to MS Best. She says, Lee always posts my comments. He's washed up, or should be learn to spell. And this is why sometimes I don't think it's women that are actually writing, because women write better than men. So I'm always astute to be aware of how men write versus how women write. And because I've taught for 10 years, I've had lots of experience. So I could pick up little things, but maybe she's not one of the educated type women. So we'll give it that asterisk. He's washed up. He's a washed up old man. Now, I don't know what she mean by washed up, meaning that she wouldn't choose me to be in a relationship or something other. I'm not really sure how she mean the term washed up. But you see, these are the things why even men who have experience about life, who have lived 5-6 decades, when they try to speak and edify the community, both towards men, so men could be stronger in leadership, but also things that would affect women and to get them to curtail the behavior that men don't like, shaming tactics, right?
I agree.
So
There is some
they're
context
in
sometimes.
our space, listening to our conversation, trying to shame us for having a conversation.
A respectable conversation.
Thank you. Say that again.
A respectable conversation. We're not out here slinging mud. We're not out here posting video clips of the worst black women. We're just having a respectful dialogue. And still, we get what we get.
And I'm gonna post this other comment because I like some of the things that she's saying. And she says he is very triggered. Now I'm assuming that's to me as opposed to MS Best, right? Girl, you don't have what it takes to ever trigger me. Trust me. If you were to date me for 60 days, I would run rings around your ass. I will get up in your head and fuck your shit up. Because when it comes to being a master manipulator, there's nobody better than me. Trust me. Trigger? I use trigger to trigger others. Oh, yeah. But I'll just leave it at that. Don't want to tip my hand too soon. But it's already 7 o'clock. We've got over 300 people in the chat. Get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. I want to bring up this other tape with Bernard Riley. It's a 6-minute tape.
Start in this way,
but I think it's very informative.
The hot topic of, of late has been passports. If you look at the pushback that has been given, it's been not mostly men, but it's been too many men for my comfort. Man, yeah, too many men for my comfort. You get a lot of men who are, their idea of it is there are women here, so why do you have to go over there? Whereas it's not like a have to, it's actually a get to be able to travel is a privilege. You actually have to have the means to do so.
And I love how you said that.
So it's a get to, you get to do it as opposed to having to do it. To say I have to is as if I'm sentencing you to go to Brazil.
To go to Brazil and be on the beach.
Right, be on the beach.
Tequila out of a coconut with some racially ambiguous chicks that barely speak English prancing around. Why do you have to do?
Why do you have to?
Why are you forced to have to do that? Like, no,
it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. But it's like always throughout the space, everybody understands why women do that. They have the resources that they're invested in. They have, just companionship. Say it again.
Do I understand
why they shame the guys out of doing it?
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
We understand why women do that. You know what I'm saying? Why women are saying, well, you just got to go over there because you can't get a woman over here. We understand. But the guys doing it, it's just like, dude, we have more options when we do it. Let's just say, let's forget everything. Options is what we have. When dudes, though, overvalue the women that are here, it really validates their delusion. You know what I'm saying? Because here it goes from Western women to American women to American black women. So now I'm thinking that these conversations are like, yeah, y'all are kind of saying black women, but you won't say it. Why can't you just get a black woman here? Because I can get black women from anywhere. It's like 80 million maybe women in the States. You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't I say, okay, 80 million women here, 2 billion women in the world? Why wouldn't I just make 2 billion women my options as opposed to just the 80 million women that are here? It's just like the more and more we validate the crazy culture that's here, the more and more that their, ego is going to be inflated. And it's artificially inflated because it's one of those things, whereas the only reason that they feel that way is because you won't leave. You won't say, okay, cool. Because like I'm from the west side of Detroit. If I just say, well, look, I don't want a chick from the west side of Detroit. Can I go to Bloomfield? Can I go to Saginaw?
But why do you have to go to Bloomfield?
Exactly. It's
why
stupid.
do you have to go all the way to Saginaw?
It's stupid.
To get one?
It's stupid. It's the dumbest shit. And it's like, where's your limit?
fair use.
Is it Michigan? Is it the Midwest? Is
That's
it, you know what I'm
true.
saying? Is it the Eastern like time zone? What is your limit? You know what I'm saying? Like, right.
No,
what
you're
is-
right. Absolutely right, though.
What is your limit? What is your limit? And I
'Cause they're
think
still
that like
traveling.
this isn't it. This topic is an example of why it is men's fault, because we won't demonstrate power of options. We won't because you know how to make a woman act right? Leave.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Leave. You know, and most of us will not just execute or demonstrate that we will leave enough to even like put their egos in check, you know. And it's just this, it's this stand in it bull, it's this stick and stay bull, like it's just a bunch of nonsense. And that's
Okay. What he said was so powerful just now when he said to be able to exercise your option and what will put a woman in check is to be able to leave. See, most men, because they think scarcity wise, especially if they have an attractive woman or they have a woman with a nice body or they have a woman that makes decent money or they have a woman that can put it down in the bedroom. A lot of guys would think that I can't get another woman like this. So they're afraid to leave. Or they want to hold on to her as long as they can until something come along that's better. See, you have to be able to cut it loose if it ain't working. And one of the things I learned early off in sales when it comes to negotiating, not just selling. That's selling is one level of sales, right? When you get to a certain level in professional sales, it's really about negotiating. And if you're not able to walk away from the table when you put forth a good deal, there's some buyers, they will penny pinch you to the point where you virtually, there's no value to you and you can't make a good profit. And you have to know when you're putting forth a good deal. And if somebody keep bucking up against that good deal, you know what? I could get a better deal. And it's not until you bounce, that's when they realize, wait a minute. He really left. I didn't think he was going to leave. And this is part of the problem. And this is what Passport Bros is attacking. It's opening up the mind to be able to say, I can walk away. Hey, the earth isn't flat. I'm not going to fall off the other side if I walk away. Matter of fact, it's even better on the other side. I could make $125,000 a year, and I can literally in 3 years buy property cash. I can open up. There are guys right now in Thailand that are opening up hotels and restaurants and buying and building condominiums. Guys are investing overseas. What it would take to invest in the United States? No. See, in overseas in the financial service market where I come from, those countries, we call them emerging markets, meaning they're where we once used to be, they're coming up. You can invest in here early and you could double and triple your profits. Whereas in the United States, you're buying everything at the top, right? But let's see. Pablo, good to have you join the chat, my brother. I'm going to continue this video, but I definitely want to get your feedback as well.
How you doing, Sage Talk? Good to see you.
Likewise, thank you very much.
I miss hearing you over on Obsidians where I used to hear you the most, you know, chiming in from time to time.
Yes.
Great.
Well, matter of fact, one of the clips I was using today came from a show Obsidian did a couple of days ago when he was showing these women getting a massage and things done in Jamaica.
The women
and
doing
that
their
was going to go very well with my hypocrisy perspective that I wanted to highlight today.
Yeah, the women doing their sex tourism live on camera for everyone to see.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to speak to the gentleman that you just had up from the UK.
Right.
Something that he said. He said sometimes, he said, well, who's the enemy? Right? Well, I'm a passport bro. I traveled abroad to marry a woman from a foreign country. I host a Facebook group of black men who are married to foreign women, American black men married to foreign women. We are 250 something members strong. And I wanted to say this to that. Sometimes there isn't an enemy. Sometimes it's just competing interests, right? And most of us passport bros do not view black American women as quote unquote the enemy, right?
Thank you for saying that.
We don't view y'all as the enemy. What we do recognize is that we have competing interests. So most American black women, they want to be career women. They aspire to be highly educated. They aspire to building wealth on their own. They aspire to being independent. And these are quote unquote not bad things. They're really not quote unquote bad things. However, when a man is looking to have a relationship with a woman, those interests compete against the interests of a man who wants to have a family. Now, there are some guys who, they're going to go with the flow. They're going to be okay with you working, till late in the evening and coming home, and he'll have to, find his own food.
After sundown.
Right. They're going to be okay with you taking, girls' trips and, doing whatever it is that you do out there. They're going to be okay with, 50-50. They're going to be okay with that. But the guys under our umbrella are not really okay with that. They want things a little more traditional, right? They want a woman that's going to cook for them. They want a woman who doesn't have, blue hair weave. They want a woman who's not obese, right? And if you have a 57% obesity rate like we have here in Black America, and you just want a woman that's of average proportions, you're fighting an uphill battle. And so to tell Black American men, well, you can't find one. Well, you can't just, why don't you keep looking? Well, if more than half of the women I'm looking at, I'm not physically attracted to at all, or they have some other family or situational circumstance like the 70% single mother rate, and they don't want to start a family with an already made family, they want to start their own family, they are statistically locked out. They're statistically locked out if they're not willing to accept those parameters. And there are some men who, for whatever reason, they're indoctrinated into this culture. They're okay with it. They'll work around it. They're okay. My hat's off to you guys. If you like it, I love it. But there are those of us who don't want to work around those parameters, who want to work around a different framework, who have to expand our choices in order to find those deal breakers that we might have, so that we might, have an opportunity to have, a serious long-term relationship or a marriage. Now there are guys who would just like to have fun. They want to date. They want to go out. They want to, sleep with a girl here and there. That's what they want to do. Nothing wrong with that. They're adult males. They aren't breaking any laws. They aren't hurting anybody.
And they're dealing with adult women.
And Hello, adult women, not people underage, not minors, any of that foolishness. All right. And if you do, there are laws in these other countries that will put the smack down on you. So, putting all of that aside, it's not always a situation of there being an enemy. Sometimes people just want different things. They want something that is not readily available in their environment because the culture is different. And right now in the United States, we have a very liberal, womanist, feminist culture. And a lot of men don't want to deal with it, white men included. White men have been doing this for decades, going to Asia, going to Eastern Europe. Donald Trump is on his second Eastern European wife, not his first, his second. So please, guys, we're not haters. We're not trying to talk bad about you or anything like that. I think what has happened, Sage Talk, is females, women have come to Passport Bro spaces, meaning Passport Bro creators, and they listen to our content and they think we're talking to them. We're not talking to them. We're talking to other men.
Right. And that's the big misconception. We're in a space that's called the Black Manosphere. Not the woman's sphere, Manosphere. And our audience is primarily men, and that's who we're talking to. And however, there are times when to express value, you need to be able to do a comparison between at least two things. And when men are comparing cultural differences, lifestyle differences, overall general peaceful, more complementary life that will lead to good health, healthy relationships in general. I think when men are making those comparisons, they're saying, look, in the US, the women are coming in with very low scores. And in other countries, those scores are coming in a lot better. And the benefit, I get a bigger benefit. I get a higher quality, culturally, traditionally minded women to choose from, or pool of women to choose from, and my buck have a bigger bang in those countries. So I can do more for myself and I can do more for the woman I'm with. And if I decide to have a family and marry that woman, my family will have a better standard of living.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm a Colombia guy, right? So right now, the American dollar is 4 to 1. So that's 4 Colombian pesos for every $1, one American dollar. So, for instance, I like to do fine dining. I go to 4- and 5-star restaurants in Medellin. I can do that in Medellin 3 times a week, easy.
You couldn't go to the Four Seasons in New York 4 times a week.
I could not do it in Atlanta either. I could not go to Ocean Prime or STK. I might go once in 3 or 4 months, right? If I'm lucky, right? But there I can do that semi-regularly, right? And so
right, so you raise the quality of your life and your
lifestyle.
social structure of your life to a higher degree, whether you're with a woman or you're not. And obviously the women that come into your circle, their status or station in life improves as well significantly. No different from what not only Black women, but other women in the United States want. They always said on Kevin Samuel's show, if I make 150 or 200,000, I want a man that make equal or greater than me. So they want the same thing that they're complaining that men are going overseas to be able to offer the women there that they want. Let me just read out this comment by Resonating Soul. I'm curious for the Passport Bros. Do they actually get married to these women? Well, if you really want to know, I would suggest join 1 or 2 of their groups of the actual Passport Bros groups watch and listen. Watch from the clouds, observe, as opposed to just dropping comments. Now, what does it matter whether or not they get married or not? Because the black woman is only getting married at 24% or 26%, 1 in 4, and that statistic is going down. So that means the percentage of married black women in the United States, probably by 2030, is going to be a significantly lower. 1 in 20%, that's 1 in 5. 1 in 18%, that's still about 1 in 5 or thereabouts, right? So the justification is that, one second, the justification is if we don't see them getting married, then what they're saying is what?
Well, you're not serious. You're doing the same thing you're doing here, kind of thing. Well, to that I say, I created a channel called the Passport Bros Receipts channel. I just dropped it in the chat. And ma'am, if you would like to go by and look at it, you'll see all of the married couples that I have on my channel that show that yes, indeed, we are getting married to women abroad. Okay. Now it will increase because what you have to understand is for black men, this is still somewhat of a new.
It's new.
It's somewhat of a new
it's in its infancy
lifestyle.
Stage.
Right.
Yeah,
it's
in
a
an
new
infancy
lifestyle.
stage.
But it's growing. It's growing. But the link is in the chat to the Passport Bros Receipts channel. If you want to click on it, you can, and you can see that live and in person. You know, I got video and photos of American black men who are married to women from outside of the United States of all races and creeds.
Yes, Miss King, she says, she was speaking to Fifi. True, many black men in the military, especially, have been doing this for decades. And that is true. The thing is that the men that have been exposed to it more were men in the military because their bases were in these foreign lands. But what we're trying now to do is offer men the opportunity who have not been in the military and have the finance to be able to travel overseas, and let them know that not only can you travel overseas and get to know foreign places, but you can also meet women there that are more suitable for what it is that you say that you want. And
let me
then
tell you,
even if they don't marry a woman in the East or wherever they go, they now have a comparison and they could say, you know what, weighing all the facts, I still choose to be with a black woman in America. And he's entitled to make that final decision. Passport Bros is not banging nobody over the head saying you got to do. We ain't making nobody do nothing. They're just saying, look, explore your options and make your final decisions after you've got all the information. Go ahead, Pablo.
I have a friend that we did just that with him. He went on a trip with us, with me and another travel friend of mine. He experienced everything we experienced. Guess what? It's not for him. He stays here. He doesn't travel with us anymore. He stays here. He married an American black woman, and that's it. He's not interested. Okay? So, we're not wringing anybody's arm, but I find it interesting that we got men trying to tell us why y'all need to do that. Why don't you do this? They trying to tell us what to do. I didn't tell my friend Mike, who's an engineer. I didn't try to tell him, bro, you need to come over here. You need to. If you don't do this, you ain't a real man. You ain't a player. We don't do that. But they do it to us. That's weird to me. The other thing is this. What was I about to say? Another thing that's happening and growing is more and more black men are going to become expats. Expatriation is rising among black men.
Absolutely.
Meaning not only are they going abroad to find a wife, but they are leaving the United States to go and live abroad. As we just saw this past week with the situation with the brother down in Memphis, this is a hostile environment for black men. Not only hostile socially and physically, but hostile, economically. It is hostile to us in almost every way imaginable. And a lot of guys are tired of it. Most of the passport bro friends of mine, the black male travel friends of mine, we are all speaking amongst each other, and they're all saying the same thing. We are formulating our plan to exit.
Right. And not only that, looking at this situation where you have these 5 police officers beat that young man to death. Like, I've been overseas in many different countries, and where I live, I've been living now for well over a decade. And I've never had an encounter with the cops. And I've never even seen the cops beat. When they arrest criminals, they arrest them and they put them in handcuffs and they put them in the back of those pickup trucks. Because out here they got pickup trucks, right? Not too much squad cars. But they arrest you. They don't shoot you or beat the living daylights out of you. It's like, it's not even an issue of race in terms of white police officers beating and killing black men. Black men are doing the same thing. They're taking the hood behavior and making it part of their job.
Where I'm from, we used to have a widely known saying that the black police officers were more aggressive and more violent than the white officers. The only difference being the white officer might be quicker to mistakenly shoot you or pull his firearm, but when it came to a beatdown, the black officers were well known that, hey man, they don't take no mess. They will beat your behind. They will whip your tail.
And that's a mindset of the fact that you need to release some form of tension within you, that you have to take it out on another black man, because there is no way they would have arrested a white boy and did that. So it's a cognitive understanding, knowingness that I could do this with you because you look like me. Ain't shit gonna happen.
They beat
but
him.
I know I can't do that with white boys.
Yeah,
so they know what they're doing.
They beat him to punish him for running from them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what that was about.
Yeah. And the thing is that, sometimes, if it's proven, I haven't looked at the video yet. I don't even know if I want to see the video. I'm tired. I was around from the Rodney King days. I'm tired of seeing black men being abused and beaten down in the street. And I know some people are going to make arguments that, well, he shouldn't have ran. That's neither here nor there. Sometimes people run for different reasons. We don't know why he ran, but because he ran don't mean he's justifiably should have been beaten to death. It's just like somebody saying, well, because a woman is wearing revealing clothes and somebody, the G word, grape her, that she got it coming because she was wearing that kind of clothes, right? So you can't justify it by saying those things as well. Let me highlight this super chat. James J30T, $20 super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Keep the knowledge coming. Absolutely. Every Sunday, Sage Talk will be here to drop it. Go ahead, Pablo. Think you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just about to say I'm about to sign off, man, and let you bring someone else up if you have them in the back. But I thank you for having me. Let me have my say, and appreciate your show, man.
Thank you. Well, I definitely appreciate when experienced brothers like yourself, who is a passport bro, live overseas and have lived in the U.S. and can make the comparison as well, to kind of drop some facts and try to level out the playing field in terms of the discussion. Because sometimes coming just from me, and I'm sort of out of the game, right? I'm not chasing cooch like that. If it's offered and it's someone that I want, I'll take it. But, I'm not chasing it that way. But to the degree that I
you were married, I thought you were a married man.
I divorced many years ago. I was married, but I don't know if married life in a structured sense is something that's for me.
Aren't you from the Caribbean originally?
Originally, I am from Central America.
Okay.
I was raised in Belize.
Okay.
Till I was 10, and then I came to the United States, and I lived in the United States for about 50 years.
Gotcha.
Right. So I refer to myself as a Harlem guy because most of my consciousness in terms of a young man coming up, all I know is Harlem. All my friends, I don't have no friends from Belize, right? All my friends, my schooling, my education, my social life, my work experience, everything that I have that have made me the man that I am. I got that when I was in the United States.
All right.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. No doubt about that.
All right, man.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. It was a super chat I just wanted to highlight. Did I bring it up? Okay. Yeah, I did bring it up. Okay. Definitely a lot of people was dropping some real good comments in the chat. Who's this? Let's see. BJ Tight 98. Well, I'm finna watch Jurassic Park. Go ahead, girl. Enjoy that movie. You know, one of the things I will say is that as black men, we have had to bow our heads for a long time. And when I say we, I'm speaking in the plural sense as black men as a whole in general, not to any specific black men, because I know different black men have walked life differently and had been independent from some of the things that the majority of us suffer from. But now more and more of us are waking up. We're doing better economically, and we're exercising various options. You know, when Kevin Samuels, the Godfather, talked about men who are successful in that 10% down to 1% can exercise options. He was talking about exercising options to be able to take a side woman if they chose. But there are other options that are available too. You can take a woman from overseas somewhere else where you can literally get a woman that has less emotional damage. And I think that's probably some of the worst things that many black women have had to suffer because of the men that they have chose to get into relationships with. Emotional damage lasts a long time. And sometimes you die with the emotional damage because it's just too inert to be able to root out without destroying the person. So there are times when men say to themselves, I'd rather not deal with that. In the past, many men have dealt with that, and many men have dealt with abuses from women. And some of them have fought back and have abused women in the process. But that was a two-way street. It wasn't a one-way street. But I think there are men who now are making other choices to say, look, I'm out. I'm going to make a whole different choice altogether. I'm not trying to fix you. I'm not trying to tell you what your problems are. You could just live your life the way you want to, and I'm going to live mine the way I want to. And if that means leaving the country or dealing with a woman of a foreign ethnicity in the United States, however that pan out in the end, I think black women, at least if they are as independent and educated and are strong as they say they are, they should just back away and leave the men to make the choice that they want. And if they don't choose you, don't feel no kind of way, because you stated that these are not the men that you would have chosen anyway. So you can't miss what you never had, right? That's one of my old wise sayings. You can't miss what you never had. So it's not like you're losing nothing. Maybe in some cases, you might gain, because there's a smaller pool of men that potentially will choose you that you would accept, as opposed to men that you don't want hollering at you, bothering you, disrupting your personal space and time. But I'd like to see if I could finish up this Bernard Riley clip. And because the brother was making a lot of common sense, or good sense. Let's see. We were at the 4-minute mark, I believe, or the 3-minute mark.
Execute or demonstrate that we will leave enough to even like put their egos in check, you know. And it's just this, it's this stand in it bull, it's this stick and stay bull, like it's just a bunch of nonsense, and that's our fault. But it's not our fault in the sense of we're just walking around calling them queens all day. I think that that's the trash, you know, that of the 90s. But I just think it's our fault because we won't, you know, the power dynamic we keep giving to them. We don't want the power, and we should want the power on the dating market because it's better for them. You know, I mean, it's better for everybody, really, but it makes the women kind of act right. Or you can just move on, you know?
Yeah, we got to stop the show for 2 reasons.
What?
Hold on. Mr. Fantastic in the house with a super chat says, hold on, B. Riley got a twin cousin with a man bun.
Shout out to Mr. Fantastic.
You know what, fantastic. When I was on here before, and I was, you know, of course, I was in the studio. First thing he said is, yeah. As far as the brother with the man bun, like he man bunned me immediately. He didn't let me get 15.
You said he man bunned you, like he
got with the man bun immediately. Right.
We'll stop it. We'll stop it at this point because it's going on 8 o'clock. I know it's already 9 o'clock on Eastern time code zones. I want to definitely thank everyone who tuned in to the show today. The thing is that
but it's not our fault in the sense of
black women in general,
queens all day. I think
let me take this down. Black women in general, I think if you don't want the men that are leaving, let them leave. If you're in the Black Manosphere space, looking at black men content where black men are talking to other black men, if you get in your feels, you know, you can't help that. And that I can understand. But black men will continue to speak to black men, and black men will show other black men that they have other options, especially if they have the economics to do so. We don't really have to worry about the Pookie and the Ray Rays per se, because Pookie and Ray Ray behavior in foreign countries, especially in Thailand or Philippines, they throw you in a jail without no trial for the next 10 years. So you could pull that shit if you want to overseas. The result is not going to be like America. And all it's going to take is 1 or 2 of them to pull that crap. They'll regret the day they got on that plane. The men that are going overseas are educated men, talented men, successful men. And they know how to comport themselves in the United States and outside the United States. So overall, the passport bros ain't got nothing to talk about, because it's just like when you want to filter out the ghetto crowd in a club, you just put a cover charge at the door. The guys who normally just want to get in for free and create problems, they ain't got the money to pay to get in, so problem resolved, right? So it's the same thing. To get on a plane and fly 10,000 miles and pay $1,800 for a ticket, most black men are not going to do that. Most black men can't afford to do that. And the ones who can, they're not looking to mess it up for themselves. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. I appreciated all the ladies that gave me pushback, had their commentary. Keep showing up, ladies. Keep tuning in. Maybe somehow, somewhere, sometime, you might learn one thing from me. And if that one thing help you be a better woman for the man that might want you, or for the man that you're already with, kudos to you for becoming a better woman for the man that wants you. Have a good night, everyone. Oh, one other thing I want to make a comment. If you're not a member of or subscriber to Bernard Riley, the Grown Man Hour, definitely go over there. Subscribe. Tell him Sage Talk Lee sent you. And the same to Obsidian. Obsidian be bringing the facts hard and bringing it in your face. He breaks it down and he brings nothing but statistics and facts. So no doubt, support brothers in this space, support black men, support black media, or black male media to be more specific. Fifi, I saw you in the chat. I never got a chance to highlight some of your commentary, but much appreciate you showing up again, supporting the network and supporting me in the show. Everybody have a good night. I'm going to see if I can grab me something to eat. Until next time, this is Sage Talk Lee. Enjoy. T. Shaw, let me just make a comment here. She says, find who you prefer wherever. Be sure to do that without manipulation. I was having a conversation about 2 weeks ago with a brother, and there are two forms of manipulation. There are manipulation that is used to hurt others and uplift oneself, but there's also manipulation that is used, like in jiu-jitsu, to protect yourself against the attack of others. So you have to be learning multiple skills, especially mental tactics. Just so you're aware. Good night, everyone. No, I look forward to seeing you back again. You need to take off that dress and put a male image up because you're not a man. Well, you could be, right? You could be trans, right? But if you are, that's not a problem here. Why are you in a male space? I don't know. But if you want to show yourself as a woman, go right ahead. Improve your writing, though, so that way I can't tell. Have a good night, everyone. Take care.